Thank you, Mayor Council. Give me a minute to broadcast here. There we go.
Recording in progress.
I assume you're always being recorded, right? That's just... So I first wanted to I've got a little slide presentation, mostly to just categorize what I think are the three categories of what we're doing here. The first one is just to remind us, we currently have an alcohol ordinance. It's not an alcohol ordinance, it's a business regulation ordinance and license type. You'll see there, that's the chapter and title that we're working with today. Our existing one hasn't been changed for a couple decades. There's some issues that we want to update, and those are what follow. And so it's an existing type of ordinance within our business regulations, license type of alcohol. This is not our only license type that has a state license process that it has to comply with as well, but it's probably our most our most regulated license type between us and the state. In the new ordinance that was presented to you, we are changing the license types as identified in the ordinance. So our ordinance today has a Class A, B, C, D, E, and F. It calls them Class A. Class A license types, or B, C, D, E, and F, don't exist anywhere in state law. And so our objective here is to adopt the same license types that the state law uses. That way we're not calling it a Class A and the state's calling it a on-premise beer retailer license. And so you'll see there, I just gave a few examples of the license types. There's quite a few. A lot of them may never apply to us. You know, the arena beer license type. Like, it's unlikely we're going to have an arena beer license application. State law has one for those locations that qualify. And so now our license types will be described as you see up there: an on-premises beer retailer. That's a retailer that sells beer for consumption on premises. A package agency, that's similar to what you see at the state liquor stores, which is an agency that sells them to be taken off premise and either resold or consumed somewhere else. Bar establishment in a hotel. And so that's a bar that only can operate within a hotel of the right size and within the license granted to it by the hotel. And then bar establishment, you know, that's like the one that we do have. It's an establishment that's purpose is a standalone bar. And there's others that are in the document that's been attached to your packet, but that is a change that we're presenting to you in this new document, is we're going from classes to descriptors that basically tell you what type of use it is. There's a change in the definitions. The State Alcohol Beverage Control Act has a very long and detailed definition section. Our objective was just to adopt those. So we're using the same definitions. And there's changes to that. You know, the first one is Utah used to define beer, has always defined beer and alcohol by alcohol percentage levels within the liquid. And so beer had been 3.2% for a long time, and Utah kind of became famous for having Utah beer. I don't know how many years ago it was that changed, and ours hasn't been updated. And so by changing the definitions, our code will adopt the state standard. In practice, we've adopted the state standard for several years now. We've licensed folks under the state standard at the expense of our ordinance. So this will just bring those on par. Also, things like the definitions of the license types that on the prior slide, those are defined within the state law. And so they'll provide the parameters of which license use type falls within which license designation. And then the other third category is restrictions and quotas. Our goal was to not change those. And so our previous quotas are identical in here. You'll see an independent bar establishment previously was 1 per 20,000 of population. The new ordinance carries over that same standard. Our on-premises beer retailer was 1 per 10,000. We carry over that same standard. Our prior distance location restriction was 200 feet from a community location. We carry that over. The states are 600 feet or 300 feet, depending on the use type, and so we're more restricted than the state there. These are all areas where the council can choose to change these. You don't have to keep the same quota. You don't have to keep a more restrictive distance. I just carried those over from current to the recommended, to the new one, and then I think it's my job to let you know that you can do with those what you want. There is one new section in quotas that I added. And this looks like a lot like what our neighbor in St. George did, which is in the quotas section, we also add trying to find the section so I can refer you to it. We also add the provision for an overlay zone, which upon council approval might allow a different quota within that zone. And so St. George has done this for their downtown zone, and they've essentially kept their traditional quotas and then said within the downtown zone, it can be more than this up to a certain quota with council approval. In here, I have not identified where that zone would be. I've just included that the council at some future date could make the decision to adopt a zone where this quota would be different than as applied to the rest of the city. Any questions for me on essentially the slides and the concept of what we're bringing to you?
So that the question I have and it's more of a question for the council, not that on the what you have here on the restrictive, the proximity distances.
Yeah.
I'm just curious why we have more tighter than the state.
That's just what we have. It's been around for a long time. My guess is the state probably used to be 200 feet, and as the state has kind of opened up their laws, ours has kind of stayed where it is. If you want to do what we did in most of the other document, you would say, pin ours to the states, which is what we're doing in most other places.
I would like to do that because, just because the state does a really thorough job on this, and I think, me personally, on this distance requirement and some of like the beer updating, like we're in here updating it because currently right now the stores are selling beer, but our code says they shouldn't be based on those type of. So I just want to make it consistent with the state wherever we can. So in the future, if the state makes a change, it adjusts it.
Okay.
So I on that one, I would like to just go with the state. I don't know what the rest of the council feels like.
What is a community location? That would be like a school.
A park. So one reason why St. George calls their downtown commons a commons and not a park is so that they can meet the distance requirements. And so school, a park, a church. Schools encompass things like preschools or daycares. But I think that's about the
We're
list.
at 200 feet. It says 200 feet from it, right?
I'm getting confused by my numbers there. My numbers might be a little more, might not help there because it's suggesting that the states are more restrictive.
Yeah.
But yeah, and I think your position is, let's just pin it to the state, or do you want to keep it?
My position is let's pin it to the state, but I don't know what's the difference because 600 seems kind of far. If it's a state requirement, we can't get around it anyway. So we would be backwards saying we allow them in closer proximity than the state. So
didn't this come up with the gas station down on the corner of 2000? And it seems like we were using the 600 feet from the two churches there on Washington Fields Road.
We didn't analyze it specifically because it wasn't a ripe issue. We don't know that there will be alcohol there. They don't have any application for alcohol there, and so we weren't going to make a formal position on it, but there was some measurements of the church to that corner. And the state law is it looks at the the closest location between the driveway to each one. And so we would have to formally measure and make a determination if the gas station were to seek a license type that sells alcohol. We haven't done that yet, but it's close depending on which number we're using.
So is ours right now 200 feet?
Ours currently is at 200 feet.
So does that mean we're less restrictive than the state?
Correct. Well, my slide might not be perfect, and so I'll reconfirm that for you.
Where is that at in our?
In your ordinance?
Yeah.
Okay, you'll look at the definition section.
I've got it pulled up, I think.
Strike that. I'm going to send you
It
to
is 3-10 or 3-2-10.
2-10 as proximity.
$200 feet's not very far. Maybe it doesn't matter. And they have to abide by ours and the state's.
Yeah.
So I probably have a comment more than anything. Are we looking at, or is it a good time to comment? 3.2.3C is kind of interesting, and it is really just a comment, but population determination, we've had a little bit of a struggle determining what our actual population is, and we disagree wholeheartedly with the census, but I do like the fact that it does say that the city can make their determination using any source that it feels like it may reasonably consider to be accurate. So that's kind of interesting. I don't think it changes really the number we're going to have, but just as a comment, we really have multiple population numbers that we use depending on what we're trying to determine. But I think Lester's number is probably the most accurate number we have in our city, but the census probably the least accurate.
There's sometimes we like to use the census number. Sometimes we like to use Lester's number for good reason.
What is Lester's number? Is it more than 40K?
Lester's backs in by connections, right? And then average household numbers. Yeah.
So what Lester's takes into account are all the second homes and all the people who have vacation rentals. So our population on Memorial Day will be bigger than our population in middle of July.
And the census just looks at primary residences.
So as of the ordinance right now, we can only have one independent bar establishment in Washington City because we're not at 40K.
Yep, that's our current status. We do have one.
We can
It's
probably
cool.
only have 3 on-premise beer retailers, which would be a Maverick.
No, Maverick is off
That's-
premise.
Okay.
We don't have much on premise beer retailers. Essentially a non-bar where you can drink beer at the location. We don't have a lot of those. I think our number would be our restaurant, on-premise restaurant.
Okay.
That's probably what we've got the most of. I haven't counted them, but yeah, I don't think we have an on-premise beer retailer. That's the old tavern, the old kind of, there's just, from what I understand, not a lot of demand for those anymore. So they don't really exist, but yeah, essentially you go there, there's beer and football and brats or something. I don't know exactly, but yeah, we don't have any of those.
Buffalo Wild Wings.
Something like that. But I think Buffalo Wild Wings goes beyond beer, and that's the challenge. Most of them these days want to sell more than just beer, and so we have restaurants basically that serve alcohol.
So on proximity limitations, our current ordinance is 3-2-13, and it says no alcoholic beverage license shall be granted for any premises located within 600 feet of any public or private school, church, public library, public playground, or park. So our current standard is 600.
Yeah, and I
And
think
then it
that's
tells
what
how
I
to measure it.
that's
et
what I
cetera.
got backwards on my slides is I called the state numbers our numbers and our numbers the state numbers. And so we're just adopting the state standard at 200 feet is what we're doing, which is down from 600 and 300 depending on the type of license. 600 ends up being quite a distance.
Yeah, I would rather go with, I don't know, I'd rather go with the state, but I don't know what the rest of the council feels.
I agree. I like that.
While you're in the ordinance document, section 3-2-3, number 6, you'll see the bar establishment and designated overlay zone. I wanted to just at least walk through this section with you because this is the new to all of our concept, trying to reflect what St. George did without having the specificity. So it essentially allows for an overlay zone, quote, where the total number of licenses issued within the city and designated overlay zones shall be 4.
Hey, can you, I'm sorry, tell me where you are again, or tell us where you are. Just
In
trying to
the
follow.
in the ordinance, in the proposed ordinance,
3-2-3,
3-2-3,
That's 3, okay.
A number 6.
Okay,
3-2-3,
got it.
A number 6.
Thank you.
And so this is the total number of licenses issued within the city in a designated overlay zone shall be 4. The bar establishment must obtain its business license and be legal operating within 6 months from the date the conditional use permit is granted by the land use authority. If a license is issued for a bar establishment before it opens for business and business fails to open within 6 months, the city shall revoke it. And so the detail that's lacking here is we don't define in this one where that might be or if it may ever come into existence. The council would have to amend our land use zones to adopt a overlay zone for bars. You'd have to draw its boundaries. We'd have to look at community locations and do all the distancing.
Could we do it based like we do like a vacation overlay where it's site specific? Like they come in and present, hey, this is where we want to do this type of establishment, and then we do an overlay zone and then it applies here.
Yeah. Staff have discussed this a little bit, acknowledging that we don't get to make this decision, but we've kind of said, where might this happen? And we don't feel like we have a downtown type zone where we would just kind of generally do it. We think it becomes,
We're not going to put it over the,
fairly specific. Yeah.
I won't say.
The old museum, is that where you're going?
I was thinking the Relief Society building. We
Okay.
could put it right over that.
Yeah, we just, well, and in our downtown, we've got a number of community location challenges, obviously, right? And so proximity, I mean,
Yeah,
in
we
our
wouldn't wanna-
downtowns, I don't think downtown's the
We're
spot.
thinking like exit 13, right? Like the newer areas.
Newer areas, maybe something by the airport, places that aren't really built out. The more built out they are, the harder it is to, rezone something that's going to have proximity restrictions. And so we don't necessarily have any recommendation on where this would go at this point. But if something came along, let's say that you had a restaurant bar that wanted to come along, we've at least got a tool that the council can work with if we can get them sited in the right location.
So this kind of gives us a little flexibility if a development does come in that's gonna say be, on 20 acres and have retail and several restaurants and things. It gives us some flexibility to.
Correct. So let's say Sienna Hills, which I don't like because I know there's churches and schools. So the distancing, ignoring the distancing, let's say somebody brought in a 10-acre commercial development. They said, hey, we want a restaurant, hotel, movie theaters, and a bar. And it's going to be the bar, Cheers, or whatever, right? And they asked the council to adopt an overlay zone for that commercial section that would allow a bar. The council could look at that and make a determination as to whether they wanted to. And if the council adopted that overlay zone, that would allow another bar, even if you're already maxed out on your 1 per 20,000.
So that leads into what my question is. What is the criteria for the 4? Just help me to understand.
That's entirely up to the council.
So that number 4 was just an arbitrary number that was just established and it can be adjusted.
Yeah, it's just the
council's
number
direction.
I put in there.
I'm kind of looking at that same one as the councilman. That sentence, and maybe I just don't have the legal training to understand it, but the way that I read that says that it shall be 4. And I'm kind of thinking in my more simple brain is like you're saying up to 4,
Sure.
a maximum of 4.
That's to me the total number of licenses, the first 4 wards, and the shall be
That's what-
4. That's what it's saying. Is the most you can ever issue within any overlay zone is 4.
And that was established by previous council?
Nope,
that four?
this is brand new. This is
Okay.
just proposed for this council.
Okay.
And so that's just saying, as adopted, if you adopt this, you're already capping it at 4. To me, that's there because the council can always change its ordinances. That's not there to restrict you. That's there so that when folks start thinking, hey, I want a bar in Washington, they can see that, if at some point they're capped out in the ordinance anyway, right? So that's mostly there to limit applications is how I look at it.
How would you feel about just instead of B4 and whatever the number the council is, but to me, it makes a little more sense, a little easier to read, shall not exceed whatever that number is,
Okay.
rather than shall be.
So, but does that 4 equal the one we already have? Or this is on top?
Not an
Well, no,
overlay zone.
that's just for an overlay zone.
Okay, I just,
Yeah.
One thing I think is interesting to think about, if you remember, the state of Utah used to go into restaurants and they would have this sign that said, this is a restaurant or this is a bar. And you go in and it looks like a restaurant, but it has a sign that says this is a bar. And the difference is the percentage of food that they have to sell to be a restaurant. I believe it's 70% of their sales have to be food. So a lot of these that might even come in and say, I'd like to be licensed as a bar, maybe they want to go to 60% food and 40%. If you remember the place that we ate at in Station Park, Twigs, that's licensed as a bar, but it's a restaurant, but it just wants to be able to go above the 30% sales of alcohol. And so when we're thinking bar, we're really not thinking only a place that you go to consume alcohol. You're really thinking of restaurants that want to serve more than 30%.
I like that comment because that's what I like about this is I think it'd be we're looking for restaurants that have the capability to have a bar, but we're not looking for a straight bar. We have one already.
And it'd
Not
be
looking
interesting
for a
to
second
know
bar.
what their percentage was, because they also are a restaurant, right? Coral Cafe is a restaurant, but they just, a lot of times people will come looking for that bar license because they don't want to be restricted only to the 30%. But if you went in there, it would look a lot more like a restaurant. Like you think of like a Cheesecake Factory or something like that. If they don't want to have to really be right at that 30% level, they may come in and look for a bar license, even though it looks a lot to everyone using it like a restaurant. It just makes it so they don't have to stay within that number.
So another factor that's out of our control is the state also has license quotas. So this year the state only had 1 license for bars that got created, and it went to Park City. And so one of the challenges we have is our rural areas have kept high quotas, and so our area doesn't have its per rata fair share of bars, but it's because we haven't wanted them, right? As a result, places like Park City, Salt Lake City, Ogden downtown, they have a proliferation of bars because essentially some of the bars that were approved under state quotas on population from rural areas have ended up in urban areas because rural areas have limited their own. And so just because we pass an ordinance doesn't mean there will be a bar license even available from the state.
So, Mr. Segmiller, I've read through this, and I don't know that you mentioned this per se, but in speaking with some of our neighbors, they had a concern that if you were to have 4 bars and they were in close proximity to each other, that would create a situation that wouldn't be desirable. Is there anything in our code that would restrict that? And would you speak to that, please?
Yeah, because it's an overlay zone, that would be a decision by our city council. Anybody that wants a bar within an overlay zone has to come to you, seek a zone change, and give you their plans. And so you could say, we know that our ordinance says up to 4, but we don't think 4 is appropriate for this location, so we deny your application.
And that's how it would be controlled, Dennis, through the overlay zone that would have to be acquired
the council.
prior to licensing.
Yep.
So I want to piggyback on that, if you don't mind, Councilman. In that same section of the ordinance, we're talking about an overlay zone, which I think that makes sense, whatever that number might be. But then in the next sentence, it talks about the establishment must obtain its business license and be legally operating with 6 months from the date of conditional use permit. So are you seeing these as separate? So you have one application for an overlay zone, and then a separate application for a conditional use permit, because conditional use permits don't come to this body.
Correct.
So you would say overlay zone as one process, conditional use permit, separate process, and that's the trigger?
Overlay zone's a zone change. Yeah, it's a zone change process. And then the business use of a bar within that zone would be subject to a conditional use permit. So there'd be two public bodies
But
processes.
we need to adjust that comes to the council. That can't be a planning commission
That's
decision.
kind of,
I wouldn't be in
Yeah,
favor
we
of
got-
the planning
I don't
commission.
think we
approving
put
that.
it as a conditional use. We put it as because it is an alcohol that comes to the council for, just like we did with the height restriction.
Okay.
but I'm kind of thinking along the same lines with you. It's just, I don't know if it's totally clear. I mean, I like this option, but I'm just not sure it's completely clear that that's two processes that you have. And I guess staff will explain that, but if someone wanted to come in and have a upper scale restaurant that had alcohol sales that exceeded 30%, and this ordinance allows for it, it seems like the process would be, the first step would be they'd come in for an overlay zone with an application through that process. Second
Yeah.
step, as it's written, conditional use permit.
There's two possibilities. If our population grows enough that another bar is allowed, we don't get to require an overlay zone. They can just say, look, you're now 50,000, a second one's allowed, and here's our license from the state, here's our application for the commercial zone. You can't deny us, right? So if your population changes, your quota changes, and then we've got to deal with one wherever they want to go. The overlay zone would be what allowed additional units outside of the quota on the condition that the council grants an overlay zone for that area, and then whatever the review or approval is. State law gives up to 18 months for a license holder to go into business. We severely restricted this one down, mostly because we thought that our council wouldn't want 18 months sitting out there until they got. We either want them to come into business and get going on what they told us about, or expire and have to come back.
My only concern is what if they're constructing a building?
That's what I was
It's
going
going
to
to take them a year to get their built. Like in this market, it's 18 months right now just to get their building built.
Yeah,
And
I
I'll
agree.
So that was my only concern with the 6 months, is that I like what you're saying, and maybe we can define it more as, if it's an existing building, you have 6 months. If it's a new build, then you have 18 months.
And then you could apply for an extension of that if there were limitations on availability to get the building built.
Yeah, I think we need to put something like that in there. That's a good idea.
I didn't mean to interrupt you, Councilman, but I
No, not at all.
thought that was on the topic on the train there.
How long did you say a new build, Councilman Coates?
I said 18, but that's just because that matched up with what the state
That's
had.
the state, yeah.
So I don't have any. I mean, we're seeing basically a year to build anything right now.
Do we know the number that, St. George obviously is 3 times our size approximately. Do we know the number of licenses by an overlay zone in certain areas that
Their
they
quota
allow?
is 1 per 20,000. So they have the same quota as us, 1 per 20,000, but then they have an overlay zone that's, how many are in there?
Do they allow a certain number of? I just would hate. I'd
think they
rather not be
stopped at
more.
4.
I think 4 is the same number as them, and that's why I put it in there, if I remember right. So
But it seems a little bit. Obviously they're 2 to 3 times larger than us. So I don't know if maybe
how many are in their zone? They've got
They only have one zone though that they have them in,
one downtown.
the downtown
got
one.
the old fire station,
By Frost Stop.
the
George's
Hive.
Corner
George's is not a bar though; it's a restaurant bar. It's not just a standalone bar.
is a
Do they,
restaurant, though.
do they consider the one and only, or is that their
One and only is one of
existing?
their quota bars. It's outside
So
of
is
their.
the Elks Lodge.
Elks Lodge is a quota bar, yeah. And so I don't think they've maxed out their downtown zone yet, but the number 4 was, yeah, that was their number.
So I'd probably lean a little more restrictive on that number, just personally, but
Awesome.
and I'd probably lean a little more restrictive on the proximity for what it's worth.
And I think that's a good direction, because we can always come back with more information at that time and adjust that if there's a need, but it probably is better.
Where do you
suited
want
for
me to
I'm
put
at.
it then?
What'd you say, Mayor?
I,
Sorry,
I, I
missed
said I'd probably lean a little more restrictive on the quota for overlay zone. And I'd probably lean a little more restrictive on proximity to schools and churches and parks. And, I'd leave this legislative body to do that, but I'd probably, be about half of, I'd say probably around 2 for right now. I mean, obviously this body has the ability to change the law, but I think certainly I see the wisdom in, updating this ordinance and complying with state law, but I don't want to get too liberal in the process either. So that's just me, and I'm not going to feel bad either way, but that's just kind of where I am as we're talking through it.
Well, I agree with you on the force does seem a little high based on our current population, but I was leaning more toward 3. But just because you can do, if you have a big enough area, you could do some pretty neat things with some commercial that could require 3 different ones. So that's why it rolled on 3. But I agree with you on the population.
And I like the fact that any of these would come before the council. I think it gives this body the discretion to analyze it based on the circumstances. But I just generally, I'm probably a little more conservative on some of these things.
And so with this overlay zone concept, there's, the idea that we just have one zone that's got 3 in it. It's kind of our bar district, if you will. Or you have 3 separate zones in 3 different spots that each have 1, right? But either way, if you were to have it at 3 and do that, that would max it out. The only way you would get more bars after that would be by population growth and quota. The other option is just to get rid of the overlay zone and change your quota number to something that, grows.
I don't want to do that because then you're required to allow it. And I think what I'm hearing is we want to entice good commercial development that has a nice product. You don't want to just anyone be able to bring in a bar just because they can.
I think the analogy would be traditional straight zoning versus PUD. The overlay zone is like the PUD. It involves the legislative body. It lets a lot more input, a lot more feedback, and you've got a lot more leeway to deny something under that as opposed to just a quota, right?
So, Thad, are we allowed to be more restrictive on the distance than the states, or do we have to be in line with what they're doing?
You can be more restrictive than the state.
Okay. And so the state right now is 300 or 600?
The state's 200.
Oh, 200.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're
Oh, we're
600.
okay.
Yeah. I got that backwards.
So looking at that, I wasn't part of the development on the other side, on the north side of the parkway. There's going to be some commercial in there, correct?
Which development?
In the north side of the Washington Parkway.
Oh, the GWC Capitol?
Up in the resort area.
Yeah, I wouldn't call it commercial. I would call it kind of street retail, kind of.
Yeah, I think the goal is to have maybe in the hotel.
Okay. I'm just thinking of that development. They're going to have parks, they're going to have churches, they're going to have all of that, just if there's anything within.
Yeah,
that
there's
200
I think
foot.
they call it resort commercial, so it's a hotel. It's kind of service-oriented commercial, not necessarily, business district or anything of that nature.
Okay.
Further
Did I
questions
get
for
that right, Drew?
Thad?
Did I get that right? And that's still on the condition that, we've seen their plans, but they haven't made any applications for specific phases. I've got some good notes here. Any other notes you want me to take back and try to incorporate?
Is this the extent of your PowerPoint? It's like,
Yeah, I kept it at 3.
oh, it's pretty good.
I got a challenge to have 3, and I did 3.
Can you just take it from the top? No, I'm just teasing.
The alcohol beverage, the ordinance isn't that long either, right? It's fairly brief, mostly because we refer heavily back to state law as to definitions, license types, and things. And so our goal was to get our old antiquated ordinance in compliance and just kind of in line with what the state law provides for this. And so
let me ask the council this. So the 3, I think it's 3 things that we talked about was 1, I just want clarity so that staff doesn't come back with an ordinance that we're not happy with. So one was knocking the number down. I recommended 3.
Yep.
Mayor recommended 2. We say 2.5? No. I'm just kidding. Yeah, I would ask the rest of council what your opinion is so that we can give staff direction.
I like 3.
I'm good with 3.
And because they all have to come before the council, I think really your decision of how many show up is up to you in the future at some point. And so, yeah, I guess the number here is just the total cap.
We don't expect a big rush. There
Yeah.
aren't a lot waiting at the door. But also, because of the way that the state does their licensing, you'll get to decide. They can even come and show you exactly what they're going to build, exactly the way they're going to operate it. And then if that license goes away, a new operator has to come in and apply for it again. So these aren't like other businesses where they just transfer along. They have to come back and reapply. So I think it gives you a lot of flexibility to say, we like this concept. We really don't like this concept. It's not right for our city or for this area.
I think a good compromise is kind of where we're heading with this. I think we need to realize that we do have a very conservative area, but there's folks here that do enjoy these things that we're talking about. So I think a good compromise would be 3. I could be in line with that. But Mr. Sigmiller, there may be people at home that are wondering about how the state liquor store would play in this. Would you just share that so that everyone understands that?
So the liquor store, I'm going to refer you to the first phase. What do we call this slide? The state liquor store would fall under the package agency definition. So it would require a license. The state would need to license itself, obviously. That's not very hard to do for the state. But yeah, it would have to comply with the statute and our ordinance if it were to come.
And that basically means the state runs all those though. So we don't.
It's a state monopoly. The state law basically says, the state does this on a lot of things. We can't stop them from coming in, but we can require them. So we can't just say no liquor stores in our city, but we can adopt an ordinance that they have to comply with. The liquor store is interesting because there's not supposed to be any consumption on premise or off premise at that location. Package agency, I think, is what the ordinance or what the state law intends. Is this is something that's a pack of however many that goes off site to wherever they're consumed.
So on the distance thing, we probably ought to resolve that too. So I'm just I always think in extension cord lengths, because every day I roll out and roll up extension cords every day. That's my life.
So how many feet is? How
So
many
I'm
rolls is
thinking
that?
2 100-foot extension cords. So that would put a bar right at basically at the post office from our park, basically, from parts of the park. Is that too close, you think? Or
Well, you've got
and that's
Nuisance
pretty
Park,
close.
so that you got Nuisance Park over there, Veterans Park over here. We'd have to measure that, but you're right. So
Yeah, I mean,
down on the Fields Road, the chapel to the corner, and again, this is just measuring based off of their initial kind of site plans.
yeah.
It's close to 200 feet, depending on which point you measure from. It's not that far, but
Right.
yeah, is that too close?
So,
That's
I
a
mean,
great question.
I wouldn't mind having it, maybe 200 feet's a little too close. I don't know.
Well, if you use the 2 numbers from 2 to 6, you could say 400 and be in the middle. If that's, I can see your point.
I'd be
Yeah.
interested to know how the state comes up with the number.
Yeah.
I'd be,
Probably a lot like you guys, except that there's lobbyists that have plans that they want to make sure to fit in.
Or one of them owns a bar that's close to a school.
Yeah. Or they have a client that wants to build a bar that needs to fit in to the number that they adopt. So yeah, it's a lot like this, but with heavy lobbying.
So it's also measured from within 200 feet of any community location is measured from the nearest entrance of the licensee's premises by following the shortest route of either ordinary pedestrian traffic or where applicable vehicular traffic. So it's not a straight line. And it goes to the actual entrance of the building.
And
Can we go to 300? State's 200. So we're saying
in our city, it's almost always going to be vehicular traffic. We don't have pedestrian ways in our commercial centers. There's areas, maybe we will someday, but
So if it's, and I remember when we were talking about that gas station, they were talking about it's pedestrian, so if I was to take a 200-foot extension cord and wrap it around essentially you could have a bar right next door to something basically, if you were going from front door to, or
so
It's front
we would
driveway.
measure that one
Yeah.
because there's no pedestrian traffic from the church to the gas station.
There
Well,
is
would be.
though. It's
There-
sidewalk.
Yeah.
You just go along the sidewalk.
What's that busy road?
Well,
But
it
crosswalk.
still works. It still counts. So you go across the 110-foot right of way.
So it's
And
it's
then-
whichever's closer is what it says. You measure the ordinary pedestrian traffic and the vehicular traffic, and you take whichever one's closer.
So we would use vehicular there because it's closer, and maybe there will be a run on pedestrian traffic come second hour. I don't know, but yeah, the city would measure it based on vehicular
Well, I
traffic.
think that was solved when they eliminated the third hour.
And so to Councilman Coates, we had the 3 proximity. Do you want me to bring it at 300 feet?
That's what I threw out. I don't know. I mean, I'm good with the 200, but if we're looking for compromises with the council, I would ask for another suggestion.
Once Councilman Henderson put it into 100-foot
How many extension cords?
I kind
How
of,
many do you
We're talking,
own?
or I'm picturing them
do
orange.
I need to go out to my truck and get a few extension
the
cords?
yellow
Just do. We have time.
I think I'd be more comfortable with the 4, just simply because we can't foresee every situation. And, it creates with the schools and things are coming online, but this certainly isn't a huge issue to me, other than that I'm trying to do what you said, try to
Let's go with
account
4.
for-
I'm comfortable with that.
And it's something that can be changed in the future if
That's right.
future council feels
Feels
the
I'd rather
need
bring
to.
it down than move it up if you needed to, I think.
And then council, what are your thoughts on the process? So staff's recommended an overlay zone, which would bring any of these to this body, which I think is great. I think that gives discretion, good judgment. Are you comfortable then letting the next step be a conditional use permit granted by the Plan Commission, or would you prefer that to be
I think it needs
handled
to come
some
to us.
other way?
It needs to come to us. It can't go to Planning Commission on a liquor license. They're not the elected bodies.
That's land use where
It's-
the elected.
It's more than land use on that.
Drew, can I put you on the spot? You handle a lot of these conditional use permits. Is there a process that you could see where obviously the council would feel more comfortable with when there's an alcohol overlay zone, that it comes to them? Could you see a process that, would allow that?
Yeah, and I agree. I probably wouldn't put the burden upon your planning commissioners with that, especially with the public and a public hearing and everything. I think it's too much. And if it's even one that you may even think should get approved, but they've got the weight of the people here, it could get denied. You got to look at both sides of that fence, I guess. So I think it's best to keep it in here. However,
You're
you
saying
look
that
at-
the council could approve an overlay zone and then the commission could deny a conditional use permit
correct.
based on public clamor or whatever the case may
Even
be?
though they're not supposed to. I mean, some of you have sat on the planning commission, you know what it's like as a commissioner
Yeah.
versus a councilman now.
So
I
let me
think-
ask you, Drew, should those be in the same meeting though? And I look at it as if we're approving the overlay zone, they
You're
can't be.
approving the product, I think.
I mean,
I don't know.
maybe
Not
That's
necessarily.
kind of how I read it.
You may create a zone in a commercial area, but you don't know what's coming yet. It might be a
Okay.
year later
All
that
right.
they come with their actual applications.
Yeah, I mean, it could happen the same meeting, or someone just says, hey, I want to do a development here and I'm thinking about restaurants. I'm not sure where they're going to be and everything. So it's kind of like a PUD. I want to get my PUD zoning, but I'll bring you back my design at a later date.
but I wouldn't even want to approve an overlay zone until we know what
So you know where it is.
it's something. I'm like, I'm not going to approve that until because then then they go paper it and say, oh, we can have a restaurant bar and sell it. And they have their overlay, and based on this has to be done within 6 months. I just think that has to come it's almost like a double zone. Like you get your zoning and then you come back for your bar overlay zone
Right.
at a later date. And so that's and maybe they can be split up, but
And I think it depends on the project and where it's at.
Yeah.
I probably wouldn't put too much effort into it right now, worrying about it. Each one's going to be a little different than the other one. So just kind of wait till they come and see what they have to offer and go with what the surrounding is at the time. That'll make a big decision on you anyway, what's around it right now, or what you plan on being around it in the future. So
To finish up on what Mayor said, and I think this goes back to Thad, what is that we talked about the months too, and you've got those noted as 6 months for an existing building and 18 for new construction.
Does the council just, I mean, can we say that
So
any
what I,
conditional use permit involving alcohol would come to the council
That's
rather
my
than the planning
suggestion.
commission?
well,
I
right
mean,
here
is
it
that
just says,
simple enough?
my suggestion.
You want it?
So this just says land use authority. My suggestion is we just edit it to say conditional use permit granted by the council. And the reason why, so an overlay zone isn't necessarily a PUD. We'd like it to be PUD type process where they have to come back and satisfy the board again. And so the conditional use permit within the overlay zone is what allows us to do that. So we can just designate that it has to come back to you.
But doesn't, I'm a little weary on calling it a conditional use, because the conditional use, you have to approve it. You just have to put conditions on it. And we might not want to approve it. What if it's a product we don't want?
You don't have to approve conditional use permits.
That's not my understanding, is that conditional uses are approved uses within the zone, and we've already applied for an approved.
So we could look at a different wording on that rather than conditional use, just an approval by the city council. We
That's
don't
what
have
I'm
to call
thinking, is just make it, it's not a conditional,
Just
because
make it
then
an
you can only implement conditions.
So the challenge with, so when you're a legislative authority or a land use authority, legislative can make denials on things like it's not in the best interest of our citizens. Land use authorities have to be much more specific. So you can still deny a conditional use permit, but you're a land use authority that's got a much more narrow range of issues you can deny upon. Basically, it's a technical, you got to find an actual technical reason why you deny it. So you're right. You don't have to grant it, but most are granted if they do them well. Conditional use permit denials are one of the bigger land use litigation, more common land use litigation issues. And so the reason why is the scope of decision making is very narrow. I'm trying to think of what else we could call it.
The other thing, I mean, so someone could come in and maybe not have a time frame or you know, a real set plan on where they might want to apply for one of these licenses, but they might just come in to get the zoning on the land and then just have it, I mean, it could just sit there with an overlay zone. So it almost seems like it would be nice to have some process to the overlay zone itself that, you know, with some, if they're going to come in and apply for the overlay zone, then you want to think like it's going to happen within a certain period of time.
Doesn't it say that though? Doesn't it say the total number of licenses issued within this? Oh, sorry.
Upon the conditional use permit.
The bar establishment must be obtained its business license and legally obtained within 6 months from the date of the
conditional use permit, but not of the zone change. So it could have a zone that could sit there for a period of time, and then if they don't apply for the conditional use permit, then
So we don't have any zone designations that just cease to exist. You know, we've got a downtown mixed use zone that has been in place on the books for a long time and not accomplished anything. So yeah, the zone changes haven't traditionally had any timeframes connected to them.
But on our preliminary plats, so just go one step up, a preliminary plat has a year requirement or else they have to resubmit.
Yeah.
So is that something
but
that
they've
makes,
already obtained a zone change before they bring you to the
Yes.
preliminary plat. So you've already approved the nature of use that would be reflected on the plats.
Didn't we, on PUDs, didn't we put something in the ordinance to say if it's not started, I don't know what the exact verbiage is, that it reverts back? We discussed it on planning commission when we went through that.
it used to say that in the old PUD. We yanked that out is what we did. So you have a time frame, you have X amount of time to get what you have approved, and if you don't, then that design gets nixed.
Not the zoning.
Not the zone. The zone will stay in. It'll stay PUD. You just have to get a new design approval. No, the old PUD used to say if you don't get this thing started within 18 months, you lose the PUD. It goes back to the original zoning. But I think that's problematic doing that. In that sense. Well, maybe not in this case for this specific thing, but for zoning, it was problematic. So
Just thinking maybe for this one, that's verbiage I don't know if we can or cannot put that in there.
Zoning is a vesting. It's
Okay.
a right? It's a use vestment. And so, yeah, again, we've not had zone designations that can just cease to exist if they don't get used.
So you could have a zone designation without any active licenses within that designation. So really, is it the conditional use permit process that then would grant them the ability to get the license if it's within that zone?
Correct.
So you could have multiple overlay zones, but ultimately what I think this ordinance is saying is the conditional use permit would only allow for a total of 3, as I'm hearing, licenses that are issued through a conditional use permit process that comes to the council.
Under the overlay zone. Yeah, so
But only so you could have overlay zones where there could potentially be, but for them to actually get granted a license, they'd have to come in and get a conditional use permit.
yeah, the council could get progressive and say, hey, we want to identify the overlay zones early and often so that as infill happens, there's no, debate. So you could go identify 6 spots. This might be and attach them with an overlay zone, knowing that there's only 3 license types that you'll ever approve amongst those 3, right? And so the process is to even have a conversation, they've got to come to the council, get a zone change that allows it. Unless our quota changes based on population. So they've got to come to you and request a zone change. The zone change is attached to specific identified parcels of land. If that's approved, again, and the zone change is just saying, would you allow us to have the right to bring you an application for a future bar or alcohol establishment? They then will need to come back. Again, it was drafted as a conditional use permit because that's kind of the analogy of what we do on other approvals within approved zones, but still need to be approved within there is how we draft it. We can draft it however you want, but they would need to come back to you. I'm trying to think, and I probably need time just at my desk to, how do we make this a PUD overlay zone, right? So that we can do that. The challenge with that is that requires them to have all of their details at the time of zone change, but I think the council would really like that because it's nice to see everything and know everything before you even grant a zone.
So just to clarify really fast, you can have overlay zones in different parts of the city, but you can only be allowed up to 3. No, even if they are in different areas.
Well, that up to 3 is only for this type of overlay zone, which is bar establishments. We've got overlay zones already throughout our city for a number of uses. We've got the downtown mixed use overlay zone. We've got the hillside protection overlay zone. We've got we've probably, I think, 6 or 7 types, short-term rental overlay zones. And so, yeah, we have various types of overlays that exist. This number of 3 is only related to 3 bar establishments within this overlay zone. And so,
Okay.
yeah.
So hypothetical, we reach 40,000. We now have another bar license. We have 2 applicants. Do we have a process in place to determine who that would be? Which one would be granted and which one would not?
So the process would be determined by who has a state license. So if we reach 40,000 and somebody wants to bring a bar to our city, they would have to go obtain a state license and then come to us for local consent. If there's 2 of them, we'd say, which one of you got the state license? Then they would need to locate it within commercial zones that are conforming to that type of a use. And so, yeah, that's like traditional zoning. We don't have that much involvement there. I think with an overlay zone, we could probably mold and kind of push the growth of this type of use in a direction such that you don't end up with much applications based on quotas.
Another thing I like about this is it can kind of be maybe a tool in Rusty's backpack when we're trying to, attract developments. And, maybe we're looking at some restaurants that we want to attract, and, you know, she's got this tool and says, hey, the city council can, you know, do an overlay zone here, you know, maybe they're interested in some different parcels.
Yeah, one of the things I learned over the years is there's some significant retailers, you know, Trader Joe's types, that do have a significant portion of their income related to alcohol sales, right? And having some flexibility within our code to maybe find a way to allow one of those in within a development concept is, I think, is flexibility that the council might be glad that they have.
So this question might be more for Jeremy, but when an applicant comes in and they're granted the right, then they have to sign a paper authorizing someone to be able to inspect. Who would that inspector be from our city that would do the inspections?
Inspection of what?
Excuse me?
Inspection of what?
Inspecting of the bar itself, the on-site. They have to sign a form saying that they authorize it. I just wonder who
State.
that would be. It wouldn't be one of our officials in the city. It would be a state official.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
But it potentially could be. I mean, we've done a little bit of, we've asked for information and we could go inspect it for local consent.
Okay.
But I kind of like where Thad's headed, because actually the overlay zones give you more control over the placement and the type of venue than the quota does. So I like that concept rather than increasing the number of the quota or decreasing the number of the quota. This overlay zone gives you ultimate control over how it looks, where it's going to be placed, what it's going to function like. So that's a good concept, I think.
Any further things you'd like to present on this, Thad, or any further questions?
Just trying to make sure I've got all the feedback so that we can bring it back an improved draft. I think that the next time would be at a council meeting for adoption. Is that correct?
I think I'd probably like you to just maybe, and of course, this council, you're going to be the ones voting on it, but I think that 3-2-3, item 6, I just like to see a little bit of clarity on that, and maybe that can, you know, be sent out in a packet. Maybe that requires a little more discussion. So whatever.
So
the
you want
council,
that back for another work meeting?
well, I just want to make sure that the process is really clear. I love the fact that I actually more than, I think the better word is I appreciate the fact that we're updating our municipal code to keep up with state statute. It's necessary to do that. I just want to make sure that on this particular item that there's a really clear process, that we're not just, I just want to make sure that we're have a clear process for when we're gone. Those who are reading and interpreting this will also be able to.
So can we put it on the next work session that makes sense and have it on that same council night?
Kind of what I'm thinking. Potentially the same council night if council's comfortable with that.
We need to table it. We can if we feel like we need.
I'd just like to
work
see
on
that
it.
process be really clear and really defined and not rushed.
And we could note it for approval in our regular council meeting if we chose
Is
to.
that kind of the direction I'm seeing? Okay. All
Okay.
right. Did you get the clarifications that you needed?
I think so. Yeah, and it'll be back for discussion again. So if not, we'll get them right at the next discussion. But I've got good notes here.
Perfect.
We're working on the overlay zone paragraph on about 4 different areas. We're working on the proximity locations, and those are the 2 paragraphs that we're going to work on.
Okay, nice work. We'll move on to item 3, which is, I guess, a continuation of a discussion of City Code Title 6, Chapter 6, Section 1, 2, and 4, titled Camping. I'll let you lead that discussion, Thad, and present to us and take any council feedback on this item.
This was presented at your prior council meeting, and it was tabled, so I don't have much more discussion to present. I guess if there's any thoughts or feedback since the last meeting.
So my thoughts on this, as I've been thinking about it, is I think there's, I don't think anybody likes nuisance camping, but I don't want the few people that are participating in nuisance camping to ruin it for everybody else. And so kind of like I said last time, I mean, I don't mind, you know, what if your in-laws are coming, you know, to stay for Thanksgiving and they pull up their camper on the side of your house and stay for 3 days. I mean, I don't have a problem with that, you know, and I don't want us to, you know, families camping in their backyards with tents and things like that. So I'm not against camping, but I'm against nuisance camping, you know, and so I think where I'm at is I need to kind of decide where does camping become nuisance camping, and you know, so I mean, I definitely don't want to say no camping whatsoever in any residential areas because.
So if you look at the definitions, Councilman Henderson, maybe if you look at letter C there, use of a travel trailer, camper, recreation vehicle, semi truck for purpose of sleeping overnight, we could change that definition to say purpose of sleeping for more than 3 nights, for example. And I agree with your position, which is who gets to define how long camping is? And my answer is you guys do.
Right.
I don't think I don't think nuisance camping is the problem in our city, really. The problem we're trying to, it's nuisance residential living in camp-like structures, right? It's people, you know, you said here for the purpose of residential living, and that's a little different than camping. It's renting it out overnight. It's having somebody actually live in a structure that wasn't designed for it next to your property for an extended period of time.
You know, and after 3 nights, you're probably ready for your in-laws to go home anyway, right?
Good point.
You know, it's
I guess my only
Can
my
we
only
rename
question-
the ordinance to the?
one of the thoughts I had on this is even the Forest Service has a night's limitation, right? Like even the Forest Service eventually says you got to pull your RV out of here.
That's fine.
So-
They're just going to move it to the other side of your lot. So
Well, I think that's what the permit campers do. They just go from Fish Lake campground, you know, to Thousand Lake
not gonna
campground to
solve the
Pine
problem.
Valley campground.
then they'll just pull it out on the public street and park it there for a night and then pull it back. So
Well, we're not even requiring them to do that. And I guess that's one of my questions here is how is it enforceable if you say, you know, let's say my brother-in-law lived in it for 3 nights and then he came inside and slept for a night and then he went back out. We're not even asking him to move the structure or the tent or the trailer. So
Yeah, so currently your brother-in-law could move into your spare bedroom and bring the extra parking, at least the extra sewage and everything else would be going the right routes, right? This, we can draw the distinction wherever you want. And so if you put it at 3 nights, or let's say you say 5 nights because of the long weekends that happen about 5 times a year, right? At least capture the longest weekends we've got. The parking would be the same burden as if your brother-in-law slept in your garage and your spare bedroom. But the 5 nights, for example, at least gives a close date to whether sewage can, you know, the longer you get, the more likelihood sewage is dumping in an unapproved location, the more likelihood that parking is impacted for all the residents and neighbors long-term, the more likely, you know, all the other impacts of a second residential unit at that location are
Isn't
felt.
that really what we're trying to accomplish then? Is just, we're not opposed to somebody staying for a few nights, but we don't want people living there permanently. Is that really kind of what we're trying to accomplish?
In my mind, that seems like that is one of the main components of a nuisance is the duration. If somebody plans on staying for a long time, that's where a lot of problems come, in my estimation.
But how does code enforcement determine that they've been there more than 5 nights? That's, I guess, my question.
So
It's
they
a
just
hard one when you go to court.
they drive by and make a record. You know, I drove by on the 5th, it was there. I drove by on the 6th, it was there. I drove by, and so it's just observation.
Officers will tag a car if it's been parked on the street for so long to notify and to put a date on it.
but this is
We allow a trailer
this
to be
is
parked in your
private
yard.
property.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm against this. It's private property. They want to park their trailer and let their friends sleep in their trailer. And they have the room on their property to do it. I don't know.
Thad, would you remind us of some of the situations that this nuisance camping has created for the city?
So if you look at 662C, that's our most common one right now. Not the most common, but our biggest problem is people are renting these. There's nightly rentals in RVs alongside people's houses. And so that's How do I get that?
But isn't that covered under complaint driven already?
No,
We can't monitor it.
that's just under zoning right now. We don't approve that as a zone, but
Well, my point is, if it was a standard nightly rental, if our biggest problem is nightly rental, that's already complaint driven anyways. That if they are nightly renting,
our biggest problem
trailer.
is just long-term residential.
You just said nightly rental though.
I tried to back away from biggest problem. I just said one of our common problems is nightly rentals. They're actually renting them nightly.
Okay, so can we address that and then we can go to long term?
Of course, yeah.
So the way I'm looking at it, if it's a nightly rental, it's already, we can't go, it's illegal per our ordinance already to do that. Because you can't do it on a home. It works as much on a trailer and it does a home. If it's the same lot is how I look at it. We already have an ordinance to cover that.
And there's already an ordinance to handle the nuisance of not properly disposing of your gray and black water systems. I'm with council codes on this. I'd rather just leave it as it is because as we've had discussions last time, Council Henderson brought up the fact that his neighbor had a family or something that had come down and they had the room and the space and there wasn't really, from what you said, it wasn't really an issue. And then if you have the space for it to have family to come down and visit, I don't see the problem. And how do you, like you had mentioned, how do you determine if, I just don't like the idea of putting, 3 days you can stay here for 3 days. I just rather leave the.
So Councilwoman, let
as it
me
is.
just share as we think about this, I hear what you're saying. I really do. Because private property is, hopefully what our jobs are about. But what if there's a safety issue? If someone is to park one on a street and they enter and exit onto a busy street I know it's private property, I get it. But is there any safety issues that have come to light that we need to be aware of?
Yes.
Other than the nuisance side of it, the unsightliness in some occasions, is there any safety issues?
Yes, we've got safety concerns from your power department because of how they're running power to the unit. We've got safety concerns from your water and sewer departments because of how they're running and disposing of those. We've got safety concerns from your zoning because these essentially are increased density that's not planned. And so, yeah, we've got various departments that have safety concerns about this.
Some documented, I would suspect.
Yeah, I was going to see if Drew could find the pictures that we had in the last packet, but I think we're getting a little bit tripped up on the term camping just because that's where we've put it to try to. What's really happening is people are setting up a second home on their property, and it's either an RV or it's a Connex box or a trailer house or something that they've pulled on. I mean, it's similar to the picture that you sent me this week, where it's 2 feet behind the sidewalk. It's an old, RV, and people are now living in it. And it's not camping; it's long-term residential use in our community. That's what we're really trying to.
But don't
trying
we
to
have
solve
that
here.
covered in a zone already? I'm just trying to understand because I feel like those are covered under already ordinance we have, and we can enforce them through other ordinances. Why are we?
But you're allowed to, like here, you're allowed to park that trailer there. You're allowed to park that motorhome there.
Yeah, it's your
What
property.
you're not, what we're trying to avoid is people living in it. And if you're okay with people living in them, then that's a different discussion. We just say, great, if you're okay with it, then we're good. But some of this is complaint driven from the neighbors, and we're just trying to look for a way to enforce that compliance.
So this issue started with code enforcement, then got worked to the various departments. Code enforcement doesn't feel like there's a code on the books that allows them to cite and enforce.
This is probably a good example right here. I mean, if you zoom out, you can see the lot probably has size for this.
Where's that one located?
I don't know. And
It looks like Pine Valley. Just kidding.
Okay, up in there.
yeah.
Enterprise, there you go.
Yeah.
But that if you were a neighbor in that vicinity, if we're okay with that, I guess we're okay with it, and we'll just let them know we're okay with it. But if they just had it there and once every 3 months a relative came and stayed in it, I agree with you. We don't have a huge problem with it, but that's not what's happening in this case.
I think the biggest challenge that I have is We know that housing is expensive in our area, and the people that can't afford it, this is a real solution for them. And I think that's probably when we talk about what's our biggest problem is that this will proliferate as a solution, and we have to deal with that proliferation.
Or we can just do tighter density everywhere.
Well, that is, but
Tighter
one
density, and
of
then you
my
have
biggest
less room for
issues, I think, when
trailers.
it comes to this is that you have an adopted building code in the city. And everybody that lives somewhere has got to meet those minimum standards. These are not the minimum standards by any mean for someone to live in on a permanent basis. So it's hard for me to go and when I'm sending inspectors out saying this has to meet this, this, and this, but yet someone can pull something like this up to do an accessory dwelling unit and not build to the building code. It draws issues for us when people come in and complaints and everything, and then they would have legitimate stand. I would just sit and say, don't know what to tell you. I know if you do build something like you're supposed to, here's the standard you got to meet all the building codes as a contractor. But yet I can pull up a older trailer that may not, who knows what's on the inside of it, and you can live out of it.
So there's two distinct issues here, the way I see this. The first being you have a trailer or a camper parked on your private property. Relatives come, you let them stay in it for a night or two while they're there, or whatever that is. That's the one issue, and I'm okay with it. But the other side is, the reason we have to have an ordinance is because of this type nuisance that is not only unsightly and unsafe, it could have other meanings as well. So is there a way that we can define this in our code that addresses both of those things with merit, where the one side's this, but this is this, and they're both addressed?
Yeah, I think you just put a nightly restriction. Decide how many nights you want to allow.
A nightly restriction, okay.
Yeah, and that would fit nicely right into the definition section.
So my question to you, if I'm a code enforcement agent, is I go out, how do I know how many nights somebody's been in that trailer?
Code enforcement would have to document the first observed night and then document every night.
Would I have to see someone in the trailer?
It's hard to determine that. I think that usually code enforcement will go talk with the folks. Usually the conversation with the folks is what tells them what's going on. They'll usually advise them, well, our city has a rule about this. You'll need to be out by the 5th day.
But there's a distinction here in this picture. They're obviously living there and have been there a while by all the
that one looks
elements around it.
Looks pretty long term.
So
there's even rocks growing in front of their path.
Where I come from, we call that a detached casita.
Well, so the comment was increased density. Should we allow them to do a minor subdivision that?
It's a rock cavern to find the front door.
But
And
there
I
is an
think that-
option
Karen.
for this type of living, and the option is an RV park. So
Yeah.
that same RV could be pulled to an RV park, connected properly to sewer and power, and it would be an option.
We could adopt a zone designation that's, minor subdivision for RV, but we would want things like, an actual sewer connection to the sewer, right? We would want actual improvements so that it's
Might as
not
well
quite
just
as.
do a lot split at that point.
That's what I'm suggesting. We can adopt code that allows longer term with some of the regulation that Drew's mentioning we require on other things.
And usually I don't take that, but I just don't think it's fair to everybody that lives in the neighborhood, to have that. And especially if my house goes up for sale and then I'm getting, I'm usually not a property.
Don't we have an ordinance? Sorry to cut you off, Drew. Don't we have an ordinance to clean up trash on someone's property? I mean, I just feel like we have ordinances that cover all this. We just need to find the right one and enforce it. Don't make new ones. But
So
I think a great place to slip this into is maybe enhance you have a great public nuisance ordinance. I almost think you could throw a section in there on it, and I don't know if you looked at going that direction or not, but because those are easier to handle, I think, in court than sometimes a zoning regulation thing is a nuisance law. You're the judge, or it used to be, so I don't know what would work best. So
We do have a nuisance ordinance. I'm not completely convinced that that qualifies. That's not our worst looking yard by any means. We've got yards that look a lot worse than that don't have camp trailers in them. And so it'd be subject to a judge to decide whether somebody should be convicted for that. When I was judge, I would usually have them come in and say, look, you have the chance of conviction. We would prefer that you clean it up. We're going to set you out in 30 days. If you come back and show that it's cleaned up, we're just going to send you home and close the case. Is how I approached it, because there's just lines that aren't very bright when it comes to stuff, right? A real common one I'd get is they'd come back and you'd see all the same stuff, but stacked and, lined up better. And in theory, that looks, that's not as much of a nuisance, right? But it's still all the same junk. And so our nuisance ordinance is not one that we are trying to proliferate through the courts. It's a difficult ordinance. The main teeth of the nuisance ordinance is it allows us, after a conviction and failure to clean it up, is allows us as a city to go in and clean it up. As a judge, I try to avoid that at all costs, because I don't think cities moving into private property and clean it up for them is the type of city government I ever desire. I think the city government should rarely ever take that role on private property. And so this code would give us a better, cleaner definition so that we could, and it's not the stuff, it's just the use of a long-term camping.
So I'd be interested to know what you think the night count should be.
I like the number 5. I wrote it with 1, but again, as you know, when I write things, I just put numbers in there so we can talk about them. To me, 5's your longest weekend. That's usually, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. That encompasses all of the family. It doesn't encompass, hey, family friends showing up for summer. Like if you're going to have somebody here all summer, I mean, that's longer than that.
Which that's happened in my neighborhood. We've had the Class A motor coach parked on a neighbor's side yard for 3 months, and I didn't. Yeah, it was the in-laws, and I didn't love it. I was like, oh,
yeah.
Anyway,
and usually those bring 2 vehicles. I don't know what the right number is. I know that code enforcement's asked for a code. The reason we put it here is this is the code that makes it illegal to camp in commercial parking lots. Now, again, whether or not that gets enforced in our city is also up to debate, but really it's the commercial property owner that needs to complain and ask us to enforce it on their lot, and our most common one doesn't. But so we put it here because we already had a no camping in commercial. We just are trying to expand it into the residential areas. We anticipate it'll be a complaint-driven process. We don't have the code enforcement staff that are just driving streets, finding infractions every day. At this point, we don't have that type of staffing.
but we have new RV parks just recent off the Parkway. We've got Settlers RV Park, and there's another one that's been there. What is the other one called? Southern Utah RV. So we have a few of them.
So most of these are RV parks, meaning there's a monthly charge for this type of stuff in most cases.
Also, a lot of time a homeowner will charge.
The long-term ones, there's a payment going
You
to the
can park
homeowner.
your RV here, and
Some of those RVs require a certain year of trailer
Yep.
RV, or else they don't allow you. 'Cause
oh, is that right?
Yeah, both of the new ones.
yeah, like when my in-laws were thinking about living next to me, they went to and theirs was like 2 years old, too old, and they had to get special permission because it still looked nice. And they're like, "All right, we'll let you in," but it was like
It wasn't posh enough for
it
the.
wasn't, I guess. But I just
Wow.
it threw me for. I was like, "Really?"
So the Prowler wouldn't
Yeah,
probably
that's-
be allowed in that.
That's BLM standard right there.
That's
Do you remember the movie Christmas Vacation?
His
The
cousin Eddie.
brother-in-law that had the old RV. What was his name?
Cousin Eddie.
Cousin Eddie.
I think Fab made a good comment that we all are understanding of, is that because of the cost of living in our community, and that continues to rise, we're also understanding of that this is an option that some people can afford, and it might be all they can afford to do, and so I think we take that into account as we make these decisions, I think.
So if you talk with the BLM office, the land just north of our city, up above the Turtle Reserve, is filled with these type of campsites, and they're long term. And it's just the reality. And again, the BLM and the Forest Service have the responsibility to go, regulate those if they do. But it's just the reality. And when places that are popular, that are expensive to live, there's humans are enterprising. They'll find solutions that aren't expensive, especially when that's the only option they have. We'd mentioned tents a little bit, but I wanted to talk about tents. We don't have a lot of complaints or pictures of tent problems. We just wrote it in there because this is kind of where we were going. I think we could remove tents entirely if that's where the council wanted to go. We don't have very many long-term tent campers. Everybody eventually wears out of sleeping on a tent, right? And so if
About
10
3 a.m. or when the sprinklers come on.
Yeah, I can't even sleep on a trampoline all night, let alone a tent. And so if a tent's a holdup, I think that our code enforcement would rather have something about this type of use and just remove tents altogether. And
Well, my thought on a tent, I don't have an issue with tent. I actually have seen some transient that in our city that, your heart goes out to them, but yet there's residents also that we need to consider. So I don't have a problem with the tent at all, because I think if we don't have it, we'll be back to add it at some point.
Yep.
Council, this isn't an easy topic. I get that there's various opinions on this.
I think, and staff brings the same uneasiness. We don't think it's easy. We think the reason why we're here is the really hard reality of our scenario. Mostly, we're not rural anymore, and with our urbanization and the cost of living, this is a very real practical solution for a lot of our citizens. It's also a solution that has impact on a lot of our citizens, and so that's kind of the balance that we don't exactly know where to strike it, but our code enforcement, and then as we met at the other departments, are hoping for a balance somewhere.
Kind of seems to me like the most logical thing to do is to assign a time in days where camping, the kind of camping that we don't mind turns into long-term nuisance camping or living,
So let's say we chose 5 days and mother-in-law pulls off on the 5th day, takes a picture, sends it to code enforcement, and then moves back 2 days later. In theory, that's how you work around the code, and there's not much we can do for that, right? If there's folks that want to live that way, go ahead, right? But at least it does come off. At least there's compliance with the letter of the law at that point. And I don't think those will be our problem. The problem are the people that need to be there for years, right? Need to be there for long term, that don't want the inconvenience of having to pull off and go dump their sewage in an approved dump.
And my thought is too, is if we identify those people, they just may need some help from us to find help in their situation, to be able to find housing or access some government funds or aid to help them find something more long-term for them and improve their station. So
If they'll allow it.
if they will allow it,
Good discussion. Good work. Councilman, go ahead.
I was just gonna ask, do we have an idea roughly of how many of these type of situations are going on in the city?
We have not driven the areas and tried to count them. We had 2 different staff members that provided these, and the commentary is, these are what I saw on my way to work. And so it's just kind of, this is what I see as I travel back and forth on my routes. We do have areas that this is more common, the older neighborhoods with the larger lots that don't have active HOAs or active restrictions. It's more common, although the HOAs have this problem too. They just usually hide it a little better. Mayor, your mention, my guess would be there's CC&Rs that prohibit that. But
Probably.
yeah, if you can get away with it, you do. And so the problem is more older areas with larger lots, and usually straight zoned is where there's no sheriff looking out for it.
Further comments? Call for a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Motion by Martinson,
I'll second that, Mayor.
second by Ivy, and we are adjourned until 6 o'clock. We are just about 6 o'clock straight up. Today is Wednesday, May 25th, 2022. We're here at Washington City Hall in the council chambers for our regular council meeting. This meeting is also broadcast live, linked at washingtoncity.org/meetings on our YouTube station. We'll start off with an invocation. So I will invite Brother Tim Martin from the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, who is also the secretary of the St. George Interfaith Council, to say a few words and then offer an invocation.
Yes, let me comment that when you guys changed the time to 6 o'clock, I thought, oh man, now I have to get all these ministers and everything to come at 6 o'clock, and everybody was thrilled. So I hope you enjoy having all the different religions, Baha'i, Buddhist, and all that here. They're thoroughly enjoying the opportunity to participate. So I think it demonstrates the interfaith spirit that we have. On June 1st, the St. George Interfaith Choir, which is composed of singers from, I know, at least 16 of the 22 churches that belong to the St. George Interfaith Council, will be putting on a concert at the Tabernacle at 7:30. Joining us is the Auburn United Methodist Church from Auburn, Alabama, who are touring the country and will end up in Washington, D.C. on this tour, and they will be joining us. It's going to be very, very enjoyable. Heavenly music to lift the spirit, to lift your soul. So we hope that everybody would be uplifted. So
Say that time and date again.
7:30, Wednesday, June 1st in the Tabernacle. So it's the St. George Interfaith Choir, which is sung. Members are from the churches that belong to the Interfaith Council, joined with the Auburn, Alabama United Methodist Church Chancel Choir. So it'll be fun. Please join me in prayer. Our Father in heaven, we're thankful this day for this nation that we live in. We're thankful for Washington City and those who serve and who work so hard to make this a special place for all of us. We're thankful for the beauty of this land. We pray for water, that we might have some relief from this drought. We're mindful this day of the heartbreak that has happened in Texas, and pray that Washington City and our communities will be able to not have these kind of tragedies, that we'll be able to do those things that will keep us safe and be able to not have to worry about heartache and family tragedies. We're thankful for the opportunity we have to serve each other. We're thankful for the spirit that we enjoy as we get together, and for the friendships that have been formed here in the city and in our community. We ask a blessing now upon those who might be presenting, that they might be inspired to say those things that they so much want to say, that the council and the mayor will be able to understand and receive all this information and be able to make wise decisions that will be in everybody's best interest. We're thankful for the blessings that we enjoy of this part of the world. We ask thy blessing now to be with us in this meeting and throughout this day, this evening, and this we ask in the name of thy Son, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you, Brother Martin. I've asked Councilmember Brett Henderson to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. All right, we'll start with approval of the agenda. We do not have a need for closed session, so I'll ask that whoever motions will remove item 9.
Mayor, I'm going to ask that we pull out for discussion CI, CII, and CIII from the agenda.
Okay, let's get the agenda approved, and then we'll pull that out from the consent.
Okay.
Could I ask you, Councilman Ivy, to make a motion to approve the agenda, removing item 9?
Yes, I'll make a motion that we remove item 9 from tonight's agenda.
I have a motion by Ivy.
Second.
Second by Martinson. All in favor?
Aye.
Agenda is approved. Okay, so tonight we have, we are just really fortunate and blessed to have a high school within our city limits. And we haven't always had a high school. We've only had a high school for about 3 years. But we've just had a lot of success recently And so I wanted to ask, I reached out to the school, and the coaches and some of the players were gracious enough to come and be recognized. And so for their achievement, we actually have, we've had 3 state champions within with our high school at Crimson within just the last less than a month. So first, Coach Isaac Klingensmith, could you come forward with your couple of your players there? So Crimson Cliffs 4A boys soccer won the state championship with an overtime victory, sudden death over Ridgeline, 1-0. Rio Tinto. Fill in the gaps, coach, and introduce your players to us.
These are my 2 captains, Peter Butterfield and Elijah Smith. Our record overall was 16-2. We only got 8 goals scored on us, which is less than a half a goal a game. Not that you can score half a goal, but excellent defense is my point. And Eli is one of our leading goal scorers. Our season was just obviously a great season, and it was just amazing. I don't know. Anything to add, boys?
Yeah.
If I recall, you won on a last-second goal, correct? Yeah. In the championship game.
So who scored that goal?
Did either of you?
It was Ryan Woolley.
Was it Camden that gave him the assist on that?
Yeah, he did. I mean, the game, we played the game before, and we went to double overtime and the shootout, and the team we played, Ridgeline, easily beat Dixie 4-1, so they got to roll their subs in. So we pretty tired, and they managed to keep the score at 0s and capitalize on the biggest chance we had in the game. So it was an awesome experience to play at Rio Tinto for one, and then to win the game was even better.
Peter, and then is it
Eli?
Eli, if you just share a little bit of what this season's meant to you and what it means to represent Crimson and represent Washington.
Yeah, so I've played 3 years varsity. First year was kind of a letdown, Corona, but so that kind of stunk. And then last year we lost to Ridgeline in first round, and they ended up taking state. So it was kind of nice to end this season beating them. Yeah, it's a great way to end the season, senior year. Great way to end high school soccer, winning state. Yeah,
Perfect.
Region 2. That was nice.
Eli, go ahead.
Well, I just moved here this year from up north in Murray. So this is my first year playing at Crimson, and it's a whole different thing. I love it down here. It's kind of more like a family. Everyone's a lot closer together, and because of that, we were able to depend on each other and play better and succeed in everything.
Well, we're really proud of you, Coach, and Eli and Peter. If you just get a picture, Jordan, would you mind taking a picture of the boys soccer state champs here? Council, do you want to come down, or let's do it like that. Hey, Isaac, if you guys just hang around, we'll get one group picture afterwards, because that was the first of 3 state championships that happened. So next, I want to just Crimson Cliffs boys tennis, back-to-back state champions, and they won by holding off Logan for the state title. Coach Colin Brown, tell us a little bit about it and introduce your captain there.
We had an undefeated season, so it was awesome. We've got excellent players like always, and that's why we've been able to have so much success. And it's because of this guy, my team captain, Liam Duffin. He is a senior, unfortunately, so we are losing him, but he's an outstanding, he's the best player in the entire area. There's nobody who can beat him. And so we had a super great season.
And then tell us just a little bit, didn't number 1 singles, number 2 singles, and then get some points on the doubles as well?
So number 1 and number 2 singles in this round is where we got all the way through. We did get a point on the number 3 singles, and our doubles won in the first round, both ran in the first round, and then were eliminated. So
perfect.
But we got it.
So it's a bit of a dynasty. Liam, just tell us what it means to be a part of this and what it means to be moving on and what it meant to represent Crimson and represent Washington.
It was a good first 2 years.
Speak right in there to the mic.
It was the first good 2 years. Same thing as Peter said, kind of a bummer that COVID happened. Probably would have been 3, but just continuing training hard, just playing every day, and they'll get it next year.
Congratulations.
If I could
What
just
else? Yes, please.
add one more thing, and that is a request from the city council. And that is, if you want to compete with St. George City, let's build the same thing that Tonnequin has in Washington City, and we will knock them off the charts.
All right, I can tell that duly noted. Thanks, Coach. Okay. And then most recently, Crimson Cliffs Baseball won the 4A state championship, winning the first 2 games in a best-of-3 series over Snow Canyon. Coach Abbott, if you'd just come forward and introduce us to your players and tell us a little bit about your season and about what this means to you and to the team.
So this is Jay Zestridge. These are my 4 seniors: Jay Zestridge, Zach Andrews, Logan West, and Canyon Kutch. We were in the same boat as those guys. We ran into a COVID year when these guys were sophomores, and unfortunate that we weren't able to play a season. I think we played 7 games, and then they shut us down. And then last year we didn't get out of that 3-game series with Bear River, but still young. That was really our first taste of playoff baseball and our first taste of Region 9, Region 10 baseball. Which I feel like, and our coaches, is one of the best regions for baseball in the state. We were fortunate we were able to stay healthy. We were able to compete. We did a lot of things together as a team and created this family atmosphere. And the boys enjoyed being around each other, loved each other. We went 23-4. We didn't even lose in the state playoffs. I think we ended up scoring 81 runs, I think, in 5 games. And so Pineview scored a little bit on us, but we ended up getting them. But we took 2 out of 3 from Snow Canyon, and in that last game won 6-0. So put together a really good performance on both ends, offensively and defensively. And sometimes it's still, I got to go back and watch that video a couple times a day and watch those guys dogpile on each other, and how special it was to watch these guys to be able to do that.
And I think that dogpile started with the first baseman there, Estridge, on a hard hit grounder, right?
Jace was in there.
Were you on the bottom of that pile?
Yeah. So yeah, it was an unbelievable feeling to be able to do that and to do it for these guys. So yeah.
And unlike the other coaches, Coach Abbott, you're just doing something really special over there with this program, and we love that you represent Crimson, that you represent Washington. If your players would just say a few things and share a little bit about what it has meant to be part of this on the first state championship for baseball. Go ahead, Canyon. Lead off bat right there, buddy.
Obviously it's a pretty nice privilege to call myself a Mustang. The culture and environment over there at Crimson is definitely amazing. I moved from Las Vegas 3 years ago, and I've never seen anything better than this group of guys led by this kind of core group of seniors here. So definitely no better way to end the high school career than a state championship.
Thanks, Canyon. And Logan, before you go, I just got to ask, when you in that first game against Snow Canyon, was that a called play that you stole home, or was that just you and Trey working off instinct?
Yeah, so the play was for Trey to leave early and then to get in a pickle between first and second. And when they just made one of the throws to first, I just took off home and it worked out. So.
And that was a deciding run?
Yeah.
Hey, tell us a little bit about what this means to you.
It's great, being a part of Crimson. It's like a family atmosphere, and I wouldn't want to play with anybody else but these guys. And it's been the best couple of years of my life so far. So.
And then this isn't the end of the road for you, if I understand?
No, I'm going up to Idaho to play baseball. So.
Yeah. Awesome. Well done. All right, Zach, we watched you on TV when you were with the Little League World Series, so tell us a little more about what it meant this year.
No, this year was pretty awesome. I mean, it's always good to be, about a team with, winning the state championship, which was awesome. One thing that I wanted to say, though, with the boys is I loved how our players, worked together, and, it wasn't, a me thing, it was a we thing. And that's why we, we're 5-0 in the state tournament, so. That's all I gotta say. So it was pretty awesome to be, part of a, state championship team. So,
Mayor, if you don't mind, can I ask Zach a question?
Yes.
So this is special for me. Your dad was a state champion.
Yeah.
I had the privilege of coaching him. How special is that, having a dad and a son as state champions?
It's pretty awesome. Yeah, no, I learned a lot from my dad. I mean, it just kind of goes down. I mean, my dad, he won a state championship. I think he won one or two over at Dixie. I think they went into 3 state championships. And then Bronson, my other brother, he made it to 2 state championships, but they won their senior year. They lost to Dixie before. And then this year, and then hopefully my younger bro, below me, can go win another one with Crimson. So it's been pretty cool. So.
And Estridge, you're going to college somewhere, I understand. I know your dad as well.
Yeah, I'm going to college in Luther College in Iowa.
Very good. Your mom's going to let you go that far away?
Yeah, she's letting me.
Okay.
Share what's on your mind. Tell us a little bit.
Crimson's was a great family atmosphere for me, and it was really fun and a great experience, especially with Abbott and for how great of a coach he was towards me. And I really was the best 3 years of my life.
Awesome. Hey, let's get a picture of you group, then we'll get a group picture with the council and then all 3 of the teams. I think I missed tennis. Did I miss tennis? Okay, we'll circle that back before. Perfect. Hey, tennis, if you'll come and get a picture real quick, and then we'll get a group one with everybody, and then we'll get on to the other stuff. We got those fire trucks on standby for whenever you need them, okay? All right, 2 more quick announcements and then we'll get going. City offices will be closed on Monday, May 30th in observance of Memorial Day, and our next council workshop and regular meeting, they are scheduled for Wednesday, June 8th. On to item number 3. Does anyone have any declarations of abstentions or conflicts for this agenda? Okay, seeing none, we'll move on to the item 4, which is the consent agenda. And I'll read through that. Item 4A is minutes. 4AI is consideration to approve the minutes from City Council meetings, workshop and regular meeting of May 11th, 2022. Item 4B, final plat. 4BI is consideration to approve a final plat for Frontier Phase 2 located at approximately 200 East Washington Dam Road. Item 4C, lease agreements. 4CI as consideration to renew a lease agreement for SUU Head Start located at the old gymnasium. 4CII is consideration to renew a lease agreement for Southern Utah Swim Association at the Community Center. Item 4CIII is consideration to renew a lease agreement for Southern Utah Water Polo, also located at the Community Center. Are there any brief discussions on items 4A or 4B? I understand that we're going to pull 4C off the consent agenda per Councilman Ivy's request. I'll call for a motion to approve items 4A and 4B of the consent agenda.
Make a motion, we approve the consent agenda for item A and B.
Have a motion by Coates.
I'll second that.
Second by Henderson. All in favor?
Aye.
Those items are approved. We'll have a discussion on item 4C. Councilman Ivy.
Yes, Mayor, thank you. I'll make this brief. When I was going through the minutes, I couldn't see the attachment that indicated how many lanes there is in our swimming pool, in the lap pool. So it's hard to know when 6 lanes are being used, if that's all of them or.
There are 8 lanes in the lap pool.
And so we have kind of, under the direction that the council has given us in the past, our goal has been to keep at least 2 open at all times, even when we have reservations to allow for lap swimming throughout the day.
Okay.
So is that all you had, Council?
No, I have other stuff, but go ahead.
My question is, are we limiting it to Sousa only? Because I've had complaints that why are we only limiting it to Sousa? Because there's other groups that want to.
We will allow reservations whenever we have space available in the pool. So they've put forth this. They've been with the city for 14 years. They've provided a great product for our community, and so we've wanted to keep them in the facility.
And I'm not looking to remove them. I just want the opportunity for other groups and not just monopolize our community center for one group, because it is a community center. So just because one group has the right to it, we should be able to utilize it as well with other groups.
So 14 years ago when we first did this, I was on the council, and the council's thinking at the time doesn't govern you today. You can change the direction. But we put it out for RFP. We solicited proposals from all the groups because we were concerned about it being rented all the time.
Yeah, I agree. We want to leave it some lanes open. I understand that. I'm asking, did we put this out to RFP, or are we just renewing it?
We're renewing the contract.
So we didn't allow other groups to try to put in for it either. I just want to leave it open. I'm just asking, and I would ask council, does our contract say that they have the right, or does it become a monopoly on?
I think monopoly is not the word we would use.
Give me a word then.
We regularly renew contracts without going to public bid that were originally subject to public bid. And so this is consistent with how we renew other contracts.
But can we have the right to, if another group comes in, another club, and say, hey, we want to rent some lanes too, can we sign an agreement with them?
If the council approves it. Are you asking us to?
I just want to make sure in the agreement that it doesn't
He's asking if the agreement's exclusive only to Sousa. Yeah. And it sounds like the answer is no.
Just the time frame. So Sousa has exclusive use for the time frames that are designated in the agreement. But yeah, it's not, they don't have a monopoly on our facility. I think the challenge for the community center would be finding other times that could be rented. But maybe.
What are those times? Do you have them? I'm just curious.
We have allowed before from 3 to 4 p.m. We've allowed after 8 p.m. at night. We have allowed other times during the summer when we've had other swim teams that have come in when we've had time and space available. It's not that we have not had that as a case. But certainly we have a limited amount of time and space, and we still have tried to keep space available for the high school swim teams throughout the year. So,
and I love that we're trying to get as much space as we can. I mean, me as a user, I was frustrated sometimes to show up and the whole place is just covered and you can't even get a lane, you feel like. So I don't know. That's all my concern is that we're giving them, and you'd have to tell me you're running the place if it just seems like we cut off a lot of other people's uses sometimes to the public.
Yeah, we still the majority of our lane space throughout the day. If you take our total number of open hours, lap lane space availability is still our predominant use. But between swim team and water polo and internal programming and everything, swim lesson, including swim lessons. Yeah, I think, as an aquatics person, I would be the first to say that lane space in southern Utah as a whole is not ideal.
So you're saying you need another pool?
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Not to put too fine a point on it, but
it's not a budget request.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure the council member said that, right?
Yeah.
Okay, Ben, just a couple more things. So the only time that the pool would be exclusively used by the polo club is during their 6 matches and a possibility of 8.
Yes.
Because they need the entire facility during those times.
That is correct. And we have been very clear with the swim and polo to try and limit that. And I will say that we kept that in there, but with the construction of the Dixie State Pool, they will almost exclusively be using that facility because it's all deep water, and because of this scenario, most of their competitions will go over there. But we likely would still like to keep a very developmental level of opportunity for them.
Okay, good enough. Explain to me how during those meets we would inform the public, our community, especially the citizens of Washington, that that facility is not available. How would we do that? My biggest fear, Ben, is that people get in their car and they come up and they want to go swim laps. They get there, it's just like a closed park or do not use the trail. Those things just keep me awake at night. How do we ensure that people are aware and they know how to plan accordingly?
So that's always my biggest concern as well, because I want to be accessible to the public. On our website, we've moved it to the front top page of our hours page when we will have closures. We try and keep that updated from 1 to 2 months in advance when it shows closures. We have it also posted and a link to it on the aquatics page of the website. We also post it 2 weeks in advance around the facility in at least 7 different locations, as well as having a large whiteboard when you enter the pool area from the locker rooms that lists all upcoming closures and changes that would be different from what is on our regular lap schedule.
Of course, the lap pool doesn't affect the larger pool.
It does not. There's a few meets in which we do close the leisure pool just because of numbers, but that's mostly.
Would you explain what that means? Numbers? What do you mean by that?
So we have 2 meets that traditionally we've closed the entire aquatics facility, but they're both high school meets, one invitational, and if we happen to draw out region championships for our region, we choose to close the leisure pool at that time because of the size. And usually that means that there's 400, 500, 600 athletes that are involved in those meets, and so it just makes sense to allow them to be able to warm up and warm down in the leisure pool. And those are usually happening in January, which is generally one of our slowest months for leisure pool usage.
Well, and we definitely want to support our high schools, we do, but closing those at a very minimum would be certainly something that I would like to see. On the next agenda, and I don't know if this involves you, Ben, but just a bookkeeping item on 4 CII, on 4 under rents, the written out amount and the actual numbers are not the same. So those just need to be synced up. And I guess overall, just to sum my concerns up is that, again, I don't want to be redundant, but when families get ready and come to pool, they need to be able to facilitate as much as possible. We need to do all we can to make sure that they know when it's closed. And that's all I have on those items. Mayor, I do have something on 4CI that I could quickly address when you're ready.
Can we stay on this real quick? So I'm looking at the hours. It seems like they have all the prime times and lots of lanes during the prime times. I mean, it's so between 4 and 4:30, Monday through Thursday, they have 4 lanes, but as soon as 4:30 is up, they get 5 lanes, and that's clear to 7. So any working person doesn't have right to look at it till 7 o'clock at night. And then in the morning, they've got 5 to 7 a.m.
We are still allowing lanes during that time. So even in the morning, when they've got 5 to 7 a.m., there's still more than half of the lanes are available in the morning. And we're very conscious of this. We look at what our numbers are. We track on a very consistent basis how many people we have coming in and utilizing the space. And as a community center, our goal is to try and be as balanced as we can and allow as many different groups and as many different activities to be able to utilize our facilities as we can.
Yeah, I think the morning one I'm comfortable with, but that Monday through Friday, they basically get 4:30 to 7, 5 lanes, so they get more than half the pool, and it doesn't leave any time for any of our residents.
Well, we are still leaving 2 lap lanes available at all times during that because we have 8 lanes in there, so
3, but I'm just saying it's not very many when you have a lot of people training. So
you're right. You're right. Lap swimmers generally are having to share during that time, and they'll put 2, occasionally 3 swimmers in a lane during that. And the swim team, by comparison, is putting 10 to 12 kids in a lane. And so again, we're trying to balance that need. We've tried very hard to keep it at a minimum during the morning, which is when we tend to get more of our adult lap swimmers. So again, it is a balancing act that we try and play with a limited resource.
So what is the duration of these contracts? Are they just a year-to-year thing?
So water polo, because they're a newer program and we have a little bit, we want to kind of keep a little closer eye on that. That is, it's a 1-year contract with 2 1-year renewable terms. Swim team, where we've been with them for a long time, we chose to make that a 3-year term with 1 3-year renewable, which is what we did the last time we came before the council.
And there'll be cost adjustments within those contracts?
There is cost adjustments each time that adjusts. So like for the swim team, that adjusts $1,500 up after 3 years. I can't tell you what percentage that is off the top of my head, but
well, I don't know how the council feels, but I think that there's some discussion to be had regarding availability. I don't know if the council feels like that a year-to-year contract would be better served, where we could, rather than a 3 and a 3. I'm not.
Ben, is this like it is over at the Shack at Sand Hollow? Was it multiple high schools then that it's a
yeah,
team?
we're also right now accommodating space for Crimson Cliffs, Pineview, Desert Hills, and Hurricane. Even though they're training some over there, they would like 1 night a week of our space too.
So that's
they have
separate
outdoor
from Sousa. So
that's totally separate from that. So during the winter months of October through January, we're also accommodating that. It's generally our lightest time for lap pool usage is generally during those months. A lot of your triathletes are kind of in their off season. Once you hit January, it does tend to get a little bit busier because they're ramping up, especially for St. George Ironman, so it can get a little bit busy.
Is Sousa doing these types of things at the other pools around the St. George pools?
I believe that they do have other contracts, but I wouldn't be prepared to speak to what their contracts would be in other locations.
That's all I have on that. I do have just a quick comment on 4CI, Mayor.
Please.
So this is regarding the gymnasium down at Veterans Park in the old school. I just wanted to bring attention to the council that we were able to work out in the lease agreement. We had talked previously about the Arts Council needing space to meet, and we had discussed that a little bit. But I believe that with this lease agreement, we have accommodated that. Let me just briefly go over it. The lease term, it goes a year from August to May, but the times that the kids would be there would be from 7 in the morning till 5 in the afternoon, Monday through Friday. And then there'd be specific days like Veterans Day, Bird Show, Cotton Days, and art shows where it would be available for those events. And then the main thing I wanted to mention is that the tenant, after this last year, understands now that there will be other groups using this space during the same term as their contract. And so this was important to point out. People like Scout Troops, Lions Club, American Legion, the band, and the Arts Council. But the one thing that I wanted to discuss briefly was where it says tenant will work with landlord as needed to move equipment to provide for after hours use. That seems to be what a lot of the problem was this year, was that other entities wanted to use that, but because the floor was used with, the items that were needed for the preschool, that they were not they weren't able to use it, and so they moved on. So just want the council to know that we had discussed that, and with the official at SUU there, I feel comfortable that they understand that to keep it so that we can have other entities use it, and so that addresses my concerns that we had talked about previously.
Thank you, Councilman. Any further discussions or thoughts on these lease agreements? Anybody prepared to make a motion or a motion with modifications? Ben, do you recommend approval as presented?
Yeah, I feel comfortable with what's been discussed.
We appreciate all your work. I know you're juggling a lot of demands up there at the community center, and you do a great job. We appreciate your work, and I hope you don't mind this council doing their job too, just vetting multiple interests as well.
Hey, we built the place to be used, didn't we?
Thank you.
So we appreciate that. Council, I'll entertain a motion to approve or approve with modifications, or deny or table, whatever you see fit. I'm happy to entertain a motion.
Mayor, I'm prepared to approve the consent agenda with one minor adjustment. I would prefer that the contracts, they actually be an annual renewal, just so that the conversation we've had tonight can be readdressed without limitation to a binding contract.
Any other thoughts on that, Councilman Coates? You had some thoughts on the swim lanes?
I don't think we should give them 5 lanes. I think we should give them half the pool is plenty. I'm not trying to, your business. I remember being frustrated multiple times. You pay, you come, and then there's nowhere to swim. And I remember it frustrating the heck out of me. And I'm happy the kids are using it. I mean, I want them to use it, but it always frustrated me when they had more than our full lanes of pool. But I'm just throwing that out there. I just think.
And that's on the Sousa contract?
On the Sousa contract, that they should never have more than half the pool. But I don't know the number, so I'm just throwing it out there of my frustrations over the years. And because they're the prime times when people would go. So I understand the morning was held to 3, but even after work, I mean, you'd have to give me numbers, Ben. I just don't know. I swam in the mornings, and I was frustrated even then because it was slammed with 5 lanes open.
Well, if you were there this year, it was particularly difficult with the World Championships in town. I can tell you that.
Well, and I want to support Sousa. They've been a good partner. I look at them as a partner. I sit here and go, we're a growing community, and sometimes we have to tighten things. And one of the things we might have to tighten is their use, so other people can use it as well. So that was the one thing I looked at on the contract. I don't mind a 3-year, but I'm okay with a yearly too. I mean, or maybe
it would just allow us to have this discussion again, and then be able to keep an eye on it and see if there's something that we'd like to address.
Maybe it's a 2-year thing, right? We've been at council tonight of compromise and a bunch of stuff. Maybe that's the number. I don't know.
I'd be fine
just
with
because
that.
it's hard to do. It takes a lot of effort and time every year for our staff to do a contract every year. I mean, I know it's pulling it up and adjusting or whatever, but I'd be good with 2.
And so you've heard the council's thoughts on that. Of course, contract takes 2 parties. Do you want to respond to the number of lanes in the Sousa contract?
I mean, I wouldn't have put it forward if I didn't feel like this was the best use of the space. I mean, that's what I feel like as far as space usage. As far as the length of the term, I could be flexible to that, but I think a good point has been brought up. It does take quite a bit of time and effort, and that's why the last time that we brought this to the council, they had opted that we wanted to go to the 3 years, with 2 terms renewable.
Have you had complaints then within the last year or 2 as far as lane availability and Sousa taking that number?
I think that lane availability is always a question. I mean, that's probably the biggest thing is there's a limited amount of resources, and it's not just Sousa, it's really any time that the pool is full. And this spring, even when Sousa was not there, it could be 10 o'clock in the morning. With the World Championships here, we would have 15 people wanting to lap swim in 8 lanes, and people have traditionally not been comfortable sharing lanes, and that's been a challenge for us. So I wouldn't say that it's just set at that. It's at all times that we really have a pinch. We do not have the lap lanes in southern Utah that are needed.
So, Mayor, with my motion notwithstanding, can I ask a question?
Yeah, and then I'm going to call for a specific motion. Go ahead. And
I would just suggest that, I don't know what the council's going to vote here, but identifying those lanes that are open so that other swimmers with that group doesn't encroach on those might be good, just to identify that these are the open lanes, just to make sure that there's just no.
This is one thing that we've worked on with our budget for this year that you guys are going to discuss this evening is some funds to be able to have things behind each lane that would designate what use is in that lane at the time to help our public better identify where is and where is not available at that moment.
Okay, so Councilman Henderson, did you have some thoughts?
I was just going to say, I think maybe there might be some wisdom in what Councilman Ivy's saying, especially since we're growing so much, to maybe dial that back to a 1-year, year-to-year contract. I mean, just as we're growing, we're experiencing some growing pains, maybe that would give us some flexibility moving forward. So I think that's probably a pretty good idea.
So what I'll do, since we pulled this out of the consent agenda, I'm going to ask for each of these items to be voted on individually. So at this point, I'm going to call for either a motion or further discussion on item 4CI, which is to renew a lease agreement for SUU Head Start located in the old gymnasium.
Mayor, I'm very comfortable making that motion. I make a motion to renew a lease agreement for SUU Head Start located in the old gymnasium at Veterans Park.
Second. I have a motion by Ivy, a second by Coates. All in favor?
Aye.
That lease is approved. Let's move on to item 4CII, which is consideration to renew a lease agreement for Southern Utah Swim Association at the Washington City Community Center. Further discussion and or a motion on that item?
Mayor, I too will make a motion to renew a lease agreement for Southern Utah Swim Association, SUSA, located at the Washington City Community Center.
Did you want to address any the term at all?
I believe that the term for the three-year was on the polo, which was 4CII.
Okay, gotcha.
So this would be the yearly, so I wouldn't have any more additional comments on that.
Thank you, Councilman. I have a motion by Ivy.
Oh, can I ask for clarification? What the 3-year was SUSA?
Yeah,
it was II.
But SUSA was the 3. I apologize.
So it was 3-year with 1 renewable term.
Apologize. I had my notes backwards.
And you determine that renewable, right? The staff does not. Yeah, so it's a 6-year term if staff sees fit.
You want to clarify a motion, Councilman, on the term?
Well, I'm still thinking that a year to year with everything that has been mentioned is where I would be comfortable with and included in my motion, a 1-year renewable term.
At the staff option?
And nothing on the lanes?
Well,
the question was whether or not to have the 5 lanes or the 4 lanes, I believe, in the afternoon. But again, we have 2 parties to this contract, the legal counsel.
Yeah, some of these suggestions are of significant enough contract term that I'm certain there'll need to be a renegotiation of other terms like remuneration and whether SUS is even interested in, those details. And so I think we probably just need to go bring it back to you with these items as guiding items because, if we go to 1-year term, your rental's going to have to change. If we reduce the amount of lanes, again, I think they're going to want to renegotiate rental. So there's terms that are going to be linked to your feedback that are going to change. I'm not sure you should approve something with all of those changing parts.
Do you mind if we let that motion die and let staff work on that and bring it back to us?
No, I don't mind if that's what's wanted.
Comfortable with that?
Yeah.
So I'll call for a motion to table 4CII to discuss the length of the contract and the lanes with the other party, and that they bring that back on our next city council meeting agenda. Would you make a motion to that effect, Councilman?
Thank you. I make a motion.
Hold on one second. More comment?
Or bring data back that shows a different scenario than I'm just not thinking of.
And just counsel, the reality is our city rents a lot of facilities, and when we do rent them, that's usually exclusive that they can keep others off. We do it for park pavilions, pools, and just the nature of a lease is that we're giving somebody control of something for a time period. Our ballparks is a common one. We'll rent to tournaments, and when tournaments come, the Little League can't use it. So the Little League's, grumbling, and when the Little League's using it, the families can't use it. And so leasing has been part of our history. It's a way to make some return on our facilities. I don't think our goal is to maximize the return there. It's just to make them available for the multiple uses. And so we bring those to you so the council can approve them. But yeah, the nature of what we're trying to do with leasing is to guarantee other parties the right to exclusive use of our facility, at least for a period.
But I think the comment is valid. As the community grows, we grow in size. We're not the same use that we were 14 years ago. I think it would be beneficial to bring the information. And honestly, the comment about 5 different high schools that want to use it makes me as nervous as anything. I mean, at some point, as Washington City, the taking care of the high schools that are nowhere near our boundaries, that's a tough That's a tough one and I assume that's free of charge. Is that correct?
It has been, but there has been discussions over the past year or so that the district would be looking to pay into that.
Yeah. And the district's been good partners with the city. You know, historically we've used gymnasiums and things, but certainly we trust staff and you to have those conversations with the school district. Sounds like we'll ask for a table on item 4CII, and then I'll ask for that to be brought back as a regular item on the next agenda.
What's the date on the next agenda? Do we know?
Next meeting is June 8th.
Okay. Yes, Mayor, I'll make a motion to table lease agreement for Southern Utah Swim Association, SUSA. It's located at the Washington City Community Center for the purpose of reviewing contracts, discussing lanes and usage, and that will be brought back to the council on June 8th.
I have a motion by Ivy, second by Martinson. All in favor?
Aye.
And that item is tabled until our next meeting. Let's go on to item 4CII, which is the lease agreement. I'll call for a motion to approve the lease agreement for Southern Utah Water Polo.
I'll make a motion. We approve the lease agreement for the water polo at the Washington City Community Center.
Have a motion by Coates.
Mayor, may I interject? Just as I said, on this contract, the amounts on the rents are different. One's 26,000. The wording is 22,000. So just with that correction.
What's the correct amount, Ben?
26,000.
So that's the SUSA one. The correct amount should be 26,000. So if that's incorrect, I will clarify that.
Just in the wording says 22,000.
Thank you.
All right, we have a motion by Coates.
I'll second that, Mayor.
Second by Ivy. All in favor?
Aye.
That lease agreement is approved, and that might be a record for our consent agenda. All right, let's move on to public hearings. So with public hearings, we appreciate everyone who's here tonight who may or may not wish to speak to any of these, I believe, 6 public hearings. We also have the ability to receive public comment electronically. Oftentimes we do receive public comment electronically. In this particular case, we received 0 electronic public comment on any of these items. So first of all, I want to thank you for being here, and thank you for caring enough about your city to share your thoughts, views, and questions on any of the items that will be discussed this evening. As always, I say this is an opportunity for the council to listen and consider public feedback. So after I open the public hearing, any wishing to speak to a specific item, please remember to state your name for the record and speak into the mic. And please keep your comments on topic, not repetitive to something that has already been said, and concise. Most well-spoken public comments can be made within about 2 to 3 minutes, and I will try to hold comments to that. Of course, the applicant is granted the time that they need. Clapping, yelling, or speaking out from the audience after comments is not appropriate for the decorum of a public meeting. And also, just for the record, I will let you know that as part of our packet, each member of this council has received the minutes from planning commission meetings. And I can tell you that this council comes prepared, so they've reviewed those minutes, and oftentimes they'll go back and watch the recorded version of those meetings as well. So they're up to speed on what has been said to this point. Okay, item 5A is a public hearing for consideration to approve a resolution adopting the 2022 to 2023 fiscal year budget. I'll invite Finance Director Brian Brown to come and present that to the council.
Mayor and council, let me bring this up quick. All right, so just to give a brief background behind the budget. So normally we start the budget in January, and so we'll start working on the budget. And this year we started with last year's budget, added 4%, and then we scheduled meetings with all the city manager and myself scheduled meetings with all the department heads, met with all the departments. We discussed their budget, they brought in any concerns they had with it. And part of that process, we talked about one-time expenditures, vehicle and equipment that they may need, and capital outlay. So all that from January to this time, that's all been going on, working on this budget. And so here we presented this at the end of April, the tentative budget. So this is the budget that we're presenting tonight to be adopted. As you can see, it's $120 million, and on the graph gives a breakdown by the funds of what the expenses were, with the general fund being at 23%. And so this is just a summary of it. An actual detailed description of this budget is available at washingtoncity.org. And so, and then one other item, the major part of the budget, as we talked about in the past, is the capital projects. And here's a breakdown of the capital projects and what. So this year we have a lot of capital projects going on, and this is, like I said, a breakdown of what departments will be doing what and what amount. And so do you have any questions regarding this budget this year?
Brian, I'll just make a comment first. I actually really appreciate that table and this graph. These are both really helpful. You know, I know this council has spent a lot of time working on the budget. We started right after the first of the year with a budget retreat. We've had multiple meetings. We went through the tentative budget, but seeing it like this and recognizing that a big portion of this budget is capital projects. I mean, these are projects that we've saved for years on multiple areas, from leisure services to power to sewer and stormwater, streets and water. It's just indicative of the fiscal responsibility that the city's had in saving in order to, you know, build the infrastructure that the city needs. So I love this, and I love the last slide as well, because it's just really clean. Like I know Councilman Henderson was wanting just, we see the pages and the pages of the budget, and you provided plenty of reports. But this is also really helpful to just put into perspective, you know, what's the budget? And a lot of it's just indicative of a growing city.
Yeah, and like I said, the details are available on our website of each line, accounting code, and also the 5-year capital facilities plan. So I just provided the summary because it can be pretty.
Can we get these in our packet?
Yeah, I can.
Thanks. Council, questions for our finance director? Or comments?
Brian, I appreciate you simplifying this, you know, so that I don't have to be an MBA like Ben to understand it. So I'm just a simple carpenter. So, yeah, right. But you know, we are a growing city. I know a lot of people are like, man, you know, our budget just went up, you know, a huge amount. But we are a growing city. And I can see that the lion's share of that increase is in capital projects that we've needed for a long time, plus, you know, just some due to growth. But I really appreciate all that you guys do, and how you were willing to kind of simplify this so that, you know, the general public and some of us can understand it better. So thank you.
Further comments? Any questions for Finance Director? Seeing none, I will call for a motion to approve the fiscal year 2022, 2023. Oh, thank you. Can I still play the rookie mayor card after this time? I'll open the public hearing. Any who would like to speak to the budget, please come forward.
It's your last meeting, Mayor, that you can call that.
Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. So the public hearing is open. If there was anyone who would like to speak to this item, please come forward. Okay, seeing none, I will close the public hearing and turn back to the council for any further discussion. Seeing none, I will call for a motion to approve the fiscal year 2022 to 2023 fiscal year budget in the amount of $120,531,657.
Mayor, I'll make that motion that we approve the budget for $120,531,657 for the 22-23 fiscal year budget.
I have a motion by Councilman Coates, second by Councilman Martinson. This is a resolution, so we'll go to a roll call vote. Start with Martinson. Aye. Henderson.
Aye.
Coates.
Aye.
Ivy.
Aye.
Casperson.
Aye.
The budget is approved.
Mayor, can I make one comment?
Please, manager.
I know Brian will not like this, but I just wanted to recognize the probably hundreds of hours that Brian spent on this budget. He simplified it here tonight, but it has thousands and thousands of line items. It's very complicated, and Brian's done a tremendous job, and his team, but he has spent countless hours outside of work working on it. I really appreciate him and his efforts, and the budget is really where you show your priorities, and it's very important. He does a fantastic job for us.
And he spent countless of hours answering all my questions too. So.
And mine as well. Good job.
Yeah, we appreciate that. Thank you, Brian. You've done a fantastic job, and thank you, Jeremy, as well. I know you've worked great in coordinating with all the department heads and working with more requests than we have ability to fulfill, but prioritizing and working. And I really appreciate the council also. Each of you, I know you've done your homework on that, which makes it a little bit anticlimactic when it's voted on, but that's because the heavy lifting's already been done. So we'll move on. I'll remember to open the public hearing on this item, which is 5B. This is a public hearing and consideration to approve an ordinance for zone change request Z-22-06 from medium high density to planned unit development commercial at a property located at approximately 51 Turner Drive. And we'll hear from our Community Development Director, Drew Wellerman, after which I'll give the applicant an opportunity to speak. Then I will, if they would like, then I'll open the public hearing and give the applicant an opportunity to speak one more time. Go ahead, Drew.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. As stated, the applicant is requesting approval of the zone change of approximately, it's actually 11.22 acres, I'm pretty sure. The request is from the current mobile home /PUD/R3 zoning designations, all within this area, to a proposed planned unit development residential zoning designation. The PUDR request is for the purpose of developing the 11 plus acres into a multifamily residential apartment complex, which will come in the form of 58 one-bedroom units and 100 actually, there are some 2-bedroom and 3-bedrooms in here. I apologize for that. They're in. Or are you just having 1 and 3-bedroom? Okay, because like I say, your table didn't say it, so we'll have 1, 2, and 3-bedroom units within the development. The total of all units within development will be 180 dwelling units throughout the project, which will come in at a 16.04 dwelling unit per acre ratio. The surrounding zoning to the project is open space, which is the I-15 corridor on the north side, R16 to the east, R3 and C2 to the west and south. The allowed density according to the general plan is in the high density, which is 13 to 16 dwelling units per acre. So they're right at that with that 16.04 at the high end of that high density. Planned unit development standards allow for an increase in zoning if they needed to get that 0.04. They have added a few extra open space, landscaped open space areas, not just general open space. So, and left it in what some of them call the natural or native state. So they're doing a lot more landscaped area. The required parking for the project would be 308 stalls for the apartment units and an additional 52 stalls for the required visitor parking for a total of 360 parking stalls. The applicant is showing 376 parking stalls, including 102 garage stalls for some of the townhomes. I mean, not townhomes, but the apartment complexes actually have garages on the bottom floor. If you looked at the plans we'll get into in a little bit. There's 86 covered parking stalls with the remaining 188 open parking stalls. The applicant is showing with this number sufficient parking for the apartment complex. Staff supported of the project at this location, with the building layout and the exterior finishes being aesthetically attractive. The amenities are sufficient, and will be of value to the project. The landscape open space and also the natural open space down by the creek areas will make it a valued project within Washington City. The Planning Commission reviewed the request at their May 4th, 2020 meeting. The Planning Commission, by a vote of 3-2, recommended denial of Z-2206 for the zone change from the current mobile home, planned unit development, and multifamily residential zoning designations to the new proposed zoning of planned unit development residential. And they're going to be utilizing and going off of the multifamily standards within the PUD. And this was on to the City Council. The stated reason for denial was based on only one main access roadway with no stop signal currently at Telegraph and 500 West intersection. And was also stated that they feel the density is too high on the project. But if the council wishes to overturn the recommendation, staff has supplied in the following findings and conditions in the report. Mayor, I would just like to go through and hit the exhibits so the folks here can see those. And let me just get it where it gets mostly the full screen. This is basically the layout site view from 10,000 feet up with the layout of the buildings, the parking, the drives that'll take the residents through the project. Also pointing out, there is a floodplain that runs through the project, but they've kept all the buildings out of the floodplain, so it's only drive surfaces or parking areas, which is fine to put in a floodplain area. Also, the red line is kind of the ridge line where it starts falling off down into Mill Creek there. So just as some highlights on that particular picture. The topo is pretty flat. As you know, there was a mobile home park in there as of, for many, many years till they cleared it out, and it's been kind of vacant for about the last year as they've been working on developing this layout. Again, just more of a cleaner version showing the playground area, amenity, clubhouse. They have quite a few different things that have been added into the project for the people that live there.
Drew, can you show the first exhibit, which shows the trail sections proposed to be dedicated right there?
Yeah, I appreciate that, Council. If you notice up in those two parallel lines up in the top, well, you can see my cursor bouncing around, and then down here a little bit. Because there is a city master trail plan through the area, they are giving this in a dedication to the city for that future trail to go on. So that land, we won't have to go back and acquire that. They're giving of that in those two areas right there for that future trail system. Appreciate you pointing that out. Here's kind of the landscaping on the project, kind of fitting with your new ordinance you passed last council meeting. You can see just a few limited grass areas. The rest of it will be in the way of trees and shrubs and probably rock mulch throughout the project. So, but again, have to appreciate all the area that they're actually landscaping professionally, not just left in open state. Also, this particular view just shows of those garage and storage areas at the bottom floors on these. So some of the buildings are 3-story on one side with the garage unit on a 4th, on behind, and some of them are just 3 stories plain with the garage on the bottom floor, just the different layouts of the different units they'll have, which I appreciate for an apartment complex to have garages is kind of unique in many ways. And then these are the typical elevations that you'll see with the different styles of finishes, stonework, horizontal party board more than likely, and then vertical as well, and stucco. And this just labels all the different patterns that will be within that. So with that said, Council, I'll be more than glad to answer any questions you have as we've gone through the exhibits and in my report.
Council, just as a reminder, your landscape and water ordinance, grass areas and multifamily have the same standard as commercial, which means grass would need to be qualified as active play areas.
Council, questions for staff before I open the public hearing? Okay. Applicant, would you like to speak now or would you like to speak after the public hearing? Great. At this point, I will open up the public hearing for any who would like to speak about this zone change. Mr. Danny Bundy, good to see you. If you'll just state your name for the record.
Well, Chris, you've done that for me. This is Danny Bundy. I have many names. We won't go into all of them, but in my professional business, people call me Dan or DK, and I won't tell you what my family call me, but Danny's what most of us know, like you, Chris, and his family, yes. A couple little concerns I have. Drew, would you mind bringing up that trail one more time? Point that trail kind of out to me, if you would, please. That's it right there?
Yeah,
so
those
what
parallel
happens
lines right
What
there.
happens when it hits my property right there then?
Still private property. There is no trail there.
So it's going to dead end right there?
Correct.
Well, we're not going to build it until we have all the land.
So why would you, okay, so they're just giving you property on the other end of my property then, on the north end. They're just giving you property over there. Okay, well, my concern is why don't you put that trail over on the east side where your easement for the sewer already is, and you don't have to bother me at all and others. I don't have to give you a piece of my property through there to do it. If you just come on the other side of the creek where the sewer line already is and build it there, that gives the sewer district better access to maintain and take care of their sewer line then. And plus, if you're going to go underneath that freeway, if the state's going to give you permission to go underneath that freeway, you need to be on that east corridor, or that east tunnel or whatever. There's two tunnels.
Culvert.
The culvert's that big thing. You need to be on that east side right there. If you'll notice on the west side there, that is where the Mill Creek takes their water out and whatnot, and that's going to be a disaster to try and go there. So someplace down the line, you need to take that Nidla Bridge and put everything over onto the east side along the sewer line where it needs to go, and not bother the rest of the side.
Council, Mayor, and Mr. Bundy. So this is Barry Blake.
Yes, Barry.
Just so you know, and I appreciate Mr. Bundy in what he said. That really is, we are looking at that. We're designing that right now, and that really is our plan. To be on that east side and then come across right at the very end where that tunnel's at with the bridge. So we would bridge it when we come underneath Telegraph to the west side, go up along there on the west side all the way up through to avoid any other properties. And it's problematic really on Mr. Bundy's property anyway, because it gets really steep right there in some of the areas. And so we would be better off on the west side. So that's what we're doing right now. We were looking at all that. We're also working with UDOT as they're doing the project on Main Street, and we want to include this. So we've been talking with them to try to get a design for the overall thing. So we're working on that, and that is our plan to do. So I appreciate it.
Okay, well, I'm all in favor of that. And like I say, that to me, that's better access, because you're going to put this more density on this side. It's going to be easier for them to get into the trail on that side rather than be able to somehow get on the other side of the creek. Because on our side, if you look on our side, we really are probably not going to use your trail. All of us on there are probably not going to use the trail. So the east side is certainly going to be a whole lot better. Excuse me, the west side is going to be a whole lot better deal.
You're exactly right. Yeah.
So Barry, is the trail segment showing dedication on this plat consistent with what you're currently planning, or do we need to modify that to what the plan is now?
Yes, we'll need to modify that.
Yeah, to the other side. Perfect. Okay. And my other concern is with this project, is this project, if you guys approve this project go through, which I don't have any qualms against, I just would like to see a block wall built to keep all those people from coming across the creek. And that's it.
That is one of the conditions of approval. Is a
Okay.
block wall.
Very good, Drew. Okay. That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Bundy. Well thought out comments. Thank you. Anybody else here that would like to speak to this particular item? Okay, seeing none, I'll go ahead and close the public hearing. At this time, I'll invite the applicant or the applicant's representative to come forward and speak speak to this project and maybe also speak to some of the items that came up in the public hearing during the Planning Commission. If you'll just remember to state your name.
Adam Davis with the Rockworth Companies. We are partners with the Turner family joint venturing on this project. And we appreciate being here. We appreciate all of staff's efforts on behalf of this project and appreciate their support. There have been a number of issues raised and a number of well thought out conditions that are associated with this project that I'd just like to address a few of them. First and foremost, just given the location of this project as an infill development, replacing a former mobile home park, we feel that the density, and especially given the location, is appropriate for this site, with walkable access to retail, easy access to I-15, and located adjacent to I-15. This is a prime site for redevelopment. There have been a couple of issues raised primarily by the Planning Commission, and probably the point of the most discussion was 500 West and Telegraph and the lack of a traffic light there. In our conversations with the city, in our conversations with Public Works, in the city's long-term traffic plan, it's called for to have a traffic light there at 500 West and Telegraph. And one of the conditions of our approval is that a traffic study be submitted prior to building permit application. We've actually commissioned that traffic study and actually got that back yesterday ahead of this meeting. And the traffic study does show and does call that a traffic light at 500 West and Telegraph will be warranted upon the completion of this project. And so in our conversations with the city, we have discussed with Public Works that we will actually take the lead in designing and contributing to that traffic light. So that will be in place when we open the project. Number one, because it's warranted, and number two, because it makes a lot of sense from a
let me
safety standpoint.
interject while you got a minute. Can you give us the details that you've kind of discussed about what you're contributing to that traffic light? You said you would take the lead, so you're paying for the traffic design and the traffic study, or is the Public Works taking that on? Maybe Mike can fill us into. I just want to, what are the details of that?
Thank you, Mayor, Council. We actually had a meeting.
Speak into the mic.
Meeting on Tuesday. I think it was Tuesday, maybe Monday. But we did discuss this in the traffic signal. So just real briefly for some of the new council members, we do not install traffic signals till they are warranted. This will definitely warrant the signal, but it won't warrant until it's open. We can't put the signal up beforehand. So we discussed with the developer that they would go ahead, take the lead. They would pay for the consultant to do the design, possibly even purchase the materials, have the materials here, maybe even get the groundwork in prior to where as soon as it meets a warrant, it's no more than standing the poles up and turning them on. So it could go very quickly that way. And in turn, with them doing that, then we can give them credit on their transportation impact fees.
So they would pay for the light, they would pay for the design, and we give them credit for that.
Yes.
For those on our traffic impact. So the only thing that, I agree with you, Mike, we've always waited till warrants, but I think day one, we got to have the lights. So we should just move forward with it. If this does move forward and get it designed and done during construction.
We definitely can go move forward with it. And like I say, when it meets a warrant, it would be literally could be days and we could have it up and running. A great example, we ran into that with Walmart when Telegraph was still controlled by UDOT. We couldn't put up a signal, not do anything until they opened their doors. 6 months after they opened their doors, we finally got a signal up. So
I know, but we have leeway as council to push stuff forward like that.
We do, but that opens the door for
I understand
claims against the city if we put a signal up that's not warranted.
I understand that. So, thanks, Mike.
Hey, Mike, while you're there, real quick, the design of the road there, turning lanes, et cetera, is adequate with the
Well-
light and any other changes that would need to take place at that intersection?
When we receive their traffic study and can review that, it'll identify those. in
Okay,
their
and you'll
traffic
address
study.
it at that point.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
So we are reaching out to Mainline, who will design the light, design the infrastructure, and we will get that process started ahead of time again. So when we open, the traffic can, the signal can be installed, and as it will be warranted. With regards to, there were a couple of concerns in the previous meeting with regards to the trail. We've discussed that tonight. We are absolutely open to and flexible in terms of coordination on where that trail is going to run, on the west side there, and maybe along the sewer line easement. But we'll work with the trails department and make sure that whatever parcel piece of our land that we dedicate or create an easement, that'll be in conjunction with their design of the trail. Mr. Bundy also raised the discussion of the block wall, and that was another item that was discussed in planning commission, and we are totally supportive of that, and we'll work with staff to design that wall, design it with some future openings so that our residents can access the trail. It's our understanding that the trail will be on the other side of the wall, so we'll have some access for our residents at that point.
So I have a question again to our staff about, can we put a block wall up in the floodplain where the floodplain has to be able? Because I'm concerned that if we put up a block wall, then there's the liability that now we're increasing the flood flows down the wash. So can we actually put it on that area where there is a floodplain? I would say no, because it's a structure, but so that area can't be walled because of that reason. Well, no, I'm just asking the question because it's in the floodplain, and so it's a structure. You can't have a structure in the floodplain unless you're going to modify the floodplain. So
And like say, when we get into design, that's what we'd have to look at, is where the actual floodplain lies within the layout of their ground.
Yeah, this just
Sue
shows
has the map shown here, so.
Yeah, I mean, it covers that whole parking lot, and so it just needs to be looked at by staff. So I think we can't just say that we're going to have a 6-foot block wall around it like we typically do around all our developments, because there might be
this
some.
development, we can address a lot that's shown in that parking lot. That is actually the drainage that's coming out of the Green Springs.
It's coming
That's
from the
not
west to
Mill
the
Creek.
east.
Yes, you can see it's coming across I-15 and
Does it come
through
from
the parking lot back around through their parking area.
Oh, so it's not coming from Mill Creek.
It's not Mill Creek, no. And there's some things we can address with that drainage, because it's a problem drainage that we can address with this development, to where maybe we can take a lot more of that flow down to Mill Creek and not run it through these parking lots.
Okay, I just wanted to address with staff, we can't require them to have a full 6-foot block wall if it infringes the floodplain.
Right.
So.
And then that's what we would look at when we get into the design.
Any other questions that I can address?
I think one of the concerns from Planning Commission was that there was only one road in and out, but I think Drew talked about that at Planning Commission, how you were comfortable with that turnoff into past, is it Tunex right there, into the parking lot, and I was comfortable with that, so. I was hoping Mr. Turner would come up here so I could reminisce about our epic racquetball games we used to have at the old Washington racquetball courts. Remember those? When we were kids.
He told me he won.
He did. He was one of the best racquetball players in all of southern Utah. So there we go.
So I'll just summarize a few things that we've discussed tonight. We talked about the traffic study being done, and that the traffic study warrants a light on 500 West and Telegraph. And we talked a little bit about how that will take place. We talked a little bit about the applicant working with staff to provide the appropriate fencing. I know from Planning Commission, one of the concerns was this access down into the Mill Creek for the property owners who own property along there and own along both sides of the creek. So I think we would look to staff to find the appropriate balance and considering that floodplain and the right type of fencing along there. So I think that addresses some of that pedestrian access. Two of the things that I'm happy to have you address or staff, I know that a couple of concerns that were brought up where there has been a few occasions where there's been backup of sewer into properties that are across the street. And this may be more of a staff question. So that's one thing that I'd like to have just a little bit of clarification on. And then also just the drainage into the Mill Creek. I mean, you're adding a lot of units there. And that Mill Creek has a tendency as we get more and more, water directed there, and it tends to back up with a lot of sediment and debris. So, Mike, if you don't mind, just kind of speaking to the sewer and to the drainage, please.
So sewer issues, I don't believe we really have any. That is the main trunk line that comes down Mill Creek. We replaced that line probably 20 years ago. We upsized that, and it's basically built for full build
So
out.
maybe a case of good memories, or just a fluky thing, or
I don't ever remember the main trunk line backing up. 24 years ago, yes, we actually had a swimming pool that was stuffed down a manhole, one of the little kiddie pools, and I remember that. But that was even before we upsized the line. So I don't know of any real sewer issues. I mean, this is actually one of the better places we can tie into the sewer on it.
Those were just a few things that had come up. That there had been a few backup of sewers, and so just residents had shared concern so I understood. It seemed like it was a little more recent than that, but I just.
Yeah, and there could have been a backup on somebody's lateral going into it, but that main line has never had a backup that I.
So you feel like with the infrastructure that's there with that trunk line has the capacity to do that without impacting neighbors on the other side of the Mill Creek?
More than adequate. Drainage in the area, it's actually going to improve the drainage. The original development was an older development. They really didn't have any drainage infrastructure. We require detention. Our wonderful LID we require on it. So their discharge to the river will be less than they were probably producing before with the old development that was in there. One of the good things is that we actually kind of like to see is somewhere that's close to the rivers. Let's get it into the rivers or the washes if you're right next to it, which gives us capacity for upstream to flow down into them. So I don't see any issues at all.
And you're able to do that, design that in such a way you don't have the slough or some of the other things that's been a concern in the past there.
Our city engineer, he'll do a full review of the drainage on it. So yeah, I think we'll be very comfortable with that.
Council, I'm sorry, I asked some questions there, but please go ahead. Any comments, questions?
One concern I remember from Planning Commission was, kids or residents coming down across the wash, going through people's property up into the other neighborhoods as a shortcut and things like that. I guess the fence would maybe help control that.
The fence would help control that, and I think Rick Meyer, our engineer, made a good point at Planning Commission. As you can see here, we'll have basketball courts, pickleball courts, tot lots, a swimming pool, which sounds like there's demand for swimming pools. So we'll have all of these amenities that really will attract the kids in the neighborhood will be, I think, attracted to these amenities maybe more so than the wash and the
property
backyards across the wash. So technically the public hearing is closed, but Mr. Bundy's lived there a long time, so I'd like to give him the opportunity it looks like he has a few things he'd like to say, if you don't mind.
I'd like to say to Councilman Coates, this floodplain must have been made 100 years ago, because no more water can come underneath that freeway than what those culverts will allow. It'll never get up onto that point up there.
Yeah, and I'm sure
I believe you have lots of history on it. I just know the rules and regulations when it comes to that. So I just want to make sure
that's
that
way all the way down the
we're
creek.
not
Those plans were made so long ago, it's just a bunch of baloney because no more water can come underneath it than what comes underneath that freeway culvert right there.
Can you
And
come
I just
to
like to
these
say,
more
if you
often?
have a grief with the block wall stopping things and whatnot and his access, then let's put a 6-foot chain link fence over on our side. Take care of me and Catherine and everybody else all down that side. Let's do it on our side.
And I think
not this side, Dan.
my comment, just so you know, is to let staff know that there's things we need to address.
Yeah.
Is that our code requires a 6-foot block wall, and that's a full stopping. And so maybe there is something like that makes sense of a wrought iron gate. I don't think we want a chain link fence down there, but something that can help with the flows to get through, because I know we don't get a lot of water recently, but we get it all in 1 month, if not in 3 hours. And that's what I'm concerned with. Then all of a sudden we're flooding your property and you're here yelling at us because we flooded your property.
No more water can come up there than what can come underneath those culverts right there. That's all. And like I say, this will come up when the trail comes up. Even if they build a block wall on their side, when the trail comes up, I'm going to request they build one on our side too. At least a chain link fence of some kind, because we'll never keep people out of our yards. Me and Catherine and Jordan's and all of us, we'll never keep them out. If you put that trail up through there, we'll never keep them out. So we'll do that when the trail comes. So what you guys do with them in the block wall, that's fine. That won't hurt us. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Danny. Further questions for the applicant or staff on this, Councilman Martinson?
Yeah, so we had a good conversation on Friday with the applicant. I did anyways. And as I was reviewing a little bit more, just some questions came to mind as we're building these complexes, and you talk with residents who live in these 4-story complexes. Their biggest complaint is not an elevator. And if you've ever tried to lug even just a recliner, a lazy boy up 4 flights of stairs, I know we want to try to accommodate as much as we possibly can without a developer incurring additional expense. Has there been a thought of elevator? I've got several questions.
Sure.
Elevator, because we just finished a recent 4-story complex, Red Rock at Sienna Hills, and it is just stairs. And I've helped a couple of families move in, and going up to the 4th floor is not fun without an elevator.
Sure. So to address the 4 floors, most of these buildings will actually be 3-floor buildings. Because of the grade change across the site, and as you can see here, garages on the ground floor, and those garages will have just direct access to the unit. So for all intents and purposes, most people moving in, the highest you're going to go up is 3 floors.
I would still even just put that out there as a consideration, since this is if it does move forward as an approval, it is a PUD, and we're approving not just the zone change, but the layout and everything. The stairs, are they on the outside only, or are there inside stairs in the middle of the building?
No, the stairs are on either end of the buildings.
Okay.
It's an interior corridor down, a hallway down from each stairwell.
Okay, that's just, again, considering individuals who are going to be moving into these, that's a distance to walk to move furniture, unless you have a crane and you can put it through a window, but that's probably not the situation they're in. We drove the property a couple of times. The trees, I know you have the landscape plan. Are some of those trees are salvageable? Are they going to stay? Are they going to go? Are you going to try to keep some, or?
We'll keep as many as we can. I mean, that's again the challenge with the topography of the site and the redevelopment, but we'll keep as many as we can.
And they are water sucking trees, so it might really be advantageous to get rid of them because they are cottonwoods and mulberries. So, right, Thad? Thad, you can go.
Don't get him started from the.
Thad, I'll give you a chance to go hug every one of them before it gets started. So.
No legal position on the streets.
Councilmember Martinson, I will say with regards to the stairs and the move-ins, so Rockworth Companies, we not only develop, but we property manage, and we manage thousands of units. And so as we develop these units, we do it in conjunction with our management group, who deal with tenants day in and day out in terms of move-ins and the issues that they have. This is a project that they have reviewed thoroughly, and they're the ones who are going to deal specifically with the tenants on these, and so we do take that into consideration as we design these buildings.
Other one, and it's probably just because of the design, because of the topography, but the parking, if you look in the bottom, I guess the bottom right-hand corner of the parking, the southeast corner, if you will, that's a long ways to walk. I noticed most of the parking is away from a lot of the buildings. And so is that because of the topography? Is there a way to?
So a couple of challenges with the site with regards to topography, and then as Councilmember Coates has raised, there is a floodplain there. And so we can't build within that floodplain. So each of these buildings actually have tuck under garages. So there's garage parking, there's covered parking adjacent to the buildings and in close proximity. There is also a requirement for guest parking, and our anticipation is that while it is a ways away, that lower lot will be primarily used for guest parking.
And then we talked about the turf, recently passed ordinance, that active turf. I noticed that it was behind D, J, and H. I know the outdoor pool amenity, that's probably a great spot for that around the playground. And then around D, what's the reasoning behind J and not behind A or B?
Given the location of the amenities, I mean, most of them are central, obviously. Having some turf and some play area up above building J to provide for an outdoor area for buildings I and J was the primary reason for that.
Okay. And then inside the clubhouse, what are the plans inside that?
So the clubhouse will include our leasing office, and then the typical amenities associated with a project of this nature. So there'll be a game room, kind of a club room lounge area with TVs where you can come in and hang out and watch a game. Probably a small kitchen, and those are the amenities associated. And then obviously any bathrooms associated with the pool, et cetera.
Okay. And then just one last suggestion, as we've talked tonight, maybe you expand the outdoor pool amenity and make it larger and do lap
lanes
and
that we
rent
can
those
rent
out
Yeah.
to people to get the outdoor experience. So
I knew that was coming.
But that's it. So just wanted to bring those concerns out, and
thank you.
Seems like in Planning Commission that you had said that these are market-driven rents instead of subsidized. Is that correct? Or
That is correct. The rents will be in line with other market rate apartment buildings in Washington City and St. George.
Drew, so it looks like there are 180 units? Am I doing the math right?
Yes.
180 proposed units. And I show 58 one-bedroom, 122 three-bedroom, but it sounds like there was a combination of some two-bedroom.
There are, and I think the reason that it showed 1 bedrooms and 3 bedrooms is because the parking requirements for 2 and 3 bedrooms are the same.
Are the same, and that's where I'm going with it. So that's exactly so what is the parking requirement per apartment?
On a 1-bedroom, it's 1.1 parking stalls on a 1-bedroom unit, and then anything 2 and 3 is 2 parking stalls.
And is that aside from how does the garage play into that requirement?
You can count those as one of your parking stalls.
So how did they line up with total parking stalls compared to the required parking stalls?
Yeah, the required is 360. Okay. They are providing 376. And that's including your 52 visitor parking. So there's 16 stalls above, and
I think maybe the only concern I might have is that on a lot of these multi-unit projects, we tend to see maybe more cars than that per unit, and I'm just wondering where the overflow might end up being on.
Well, some of these,
West or what?
if this is true, and just help me out here.
Yep.
Is these, let me just get my drawing tool so y'all know where I'm talking about.
While he's looking for that, I'll just clarify. 61 bedrooms. I think it says 58, but it's 58. 92 two bedrooms and 30 three bedrooms.
Yeah, so I'm just showing these areas. They're almost acting like a driveway. Am I right in this? These areas you can see where my red pencil's going that are out in front of the garages.
Correct.
So you could, in theory, say that you could have some parking on those concrete looked areas. You see where I'm drawing right through here, Mayor?
So, plus on buildings.
Those are aprons. All these buildings you have, this area. I'll just try to, highlight in red.
Well,
this could also be used, in front of each person's garage door.
It's funny because we talk about, we never seem to have enough. Like the development next to me, thought we had enough, and now they're parking on sidewalks and it's not even half built. And I'm like, and their driveways are full and their garages are full of their stuff, and I don't know. It's just a note that we need to relook at our parking requirement, and I think we need to have a discussion on it, Mayor, just because, especially on these, because
Well, I think what we need to do with a lot of these is start having them write and do development agreements if we have to, is write deed restrictions. They can't just use their garages, their personal storage unit, and then
don't think we should be able
park
to
anywhere
count
else.
it.
They need to.
We should not count it anymore.
Well, I know, but it's hard to say you put a garage.
You can write it in our ordinance to say your garages don't count because no one's using them. I don't see why that's hard to write.
They look like single car garage.
I think
these are singles.
Correct.
What you would do is you would just put a standard that says, in addition to any garages, you must meet the blank standard.
Yeah. I'm not talking this project, so I'm just making a note because you did bring it up that we keep having more and more problems this way.
Yeah, I'm especially more concerned when we have streets, whether it's private or public, that people are using on a complex like this. The only people it's affecting are the people who live here. The development next to you, Councilman, it affects everybody who drives through
until they start parking down 500 West.
Well, and I've even had residents call me who live in the Pearl, who've had what they refer to as kind of like predatory towing. So I don't know. Is it possible for you in the contract to say you're allotted this many parking spaces and you have a parking pass or something like that? Because, really with this many units, I could see that overflow become a problem down the literal and figurative road.
Sure. We typically have, again, with 1 bedrooms, 2 bedrooms, there typically is in this case, there's a garage, but typically a reserved parking stall or a parking stall associated with that unit. We can discuss with our management team about parking passes.
Because I know the Pearl condos already have some issues there, and I don't know what their ratio is, And then you just see with housing, you seem to see more and more people kind of cramming in, and you get a 3-bedroom unit, you might have 4 cars, and that takes up a little bit of that excess. I don't know. I'm not down on your project. I'm just trying to be realistic about what does this look like, after tonight.
Is there anywhere on the site you can add some? I'm just, without changing too much. I don't know. I'm just.
Drew, are those 20-foot skirts?
That's what I was going to ask. What are the skirts out here? Are they range? What's the smallest?
Do you know what the dimension of that skirt is?
Well, let's see if they do. It doesn't.
Well, if that's a 3-foot waterway.
Driveway.
Yeah, that's approximately, I'd say,
But
18 to 20 feet.
Yeah. So that does help that we have, because most projects aren't built like this. Unfortunately, I like the way that this one at least has these kind of built in their design, that these areas right here can be used as parking pads right in front of their garage. So
are we including the 102 garage parking as part of their requirement?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if you look in the report, I kind of told you there's 102 garage stalls, 86 covered, which is that kind of grayish area you see there in the outside. That indicator is a covered parking stall. There are 86 of those, and then there's 188 just open air parking stalls that have been counted out. And again, we haven't counted anything on these concrete pads, kind of driveway areas.
Those are gonna end up being storage units.
How many garages are there, Drew?
102 to my
So,
calculation.
and we could basically add another 102 for those skirts. Couldn't we? Kind of,
Right, yeah, I mean, there's
You'd be
parking right in front of your garage.
Yeah.
So even if they do turn into storage units, it's another 102 stalls that we exceed the requirement of parking by 16 stalls.
Have you guys ever, I'm just throwing it out here just because like our office complex, we have at our office, they're assigned parking we have so much assigned parking and it's it.
Yeah, I don't like it when I come visit you.
Well, you can borrow mine.
Just saying.
So
I usually park in the one that says Coats.
Coats, okay, I'll remember that.
Council, you might be able to get some parallel parking there on the west side of the roundabout at the expense of landscape, but you might be able to work some parking in there on that location.
On the south area here that you're talking.
Southwest
'Cause
landscape.
that is storage units, right? Isn't that a storage unit complex right there? So it's not like it's going to infringe on anybody if you're.
Yeah.
It's going to back up to a block wall with razor wire on top, and so yeah, your neighbors aren't going to complain about parking right there.
I don't know.
Yeah, there's another 45 stalls you could put in right there on the design.
And I thought that's closer to the proliferation of big buildings up there on the west end too. So
it probably wouldn't hurt just to say if that's part, make that a condition, that area turn into all parking stalls where it can be.
Do the elevations work?
We'll
for
have
you
to look
there,
at
or
that.
just have to look
We'll
at
have
it?
to. I mean, there is a lot of topography.
Yeah.
Along the site there. I was just asking Rick about it. Right. Yeah, there are some existing retaining walls. So I mean, we'll have to look at that again. I think the plan that we submitted, obviously, it exceeds the parking requirements. We felt very comfortable with that.
And I appreciate that. The councils over the years have been particular with parking, as Drew can attest. So we're treating you fairly. We're treating you par for how we typically do.
We understand. Traffic and parking; those are two very big issues.
it's just tough. We're dealing in this climate that's just, I've been blown away with. You think you do. You go from not having any parking to think you got oodles of parking, and even then now it's still, because everyone has a side-by-side and a trailer and a truck, and you try to fit 2 trucks, and there's, I mean, in a townhome, little 18-foot.
We'll send the folks with the side-by-sides and the trailers up to Kendall
my
storage.
neighborhood where they're approved?
No, the owner owns a storage unit complex.
Kendall's got some storage that we can recommend to people.
Special deal for those in his.
Well, and so it's just a concern we have. We're trying to do the best we can with all the. That's true.
Yep. No, that's a good point, Tom.
Adam, will you just restate that so our recorder can
absolutely.
record that?
So we do have a number of storage units built in to the buildings. Again, because of the grade change, you end up with some empty space, and so there's quite a few storage units within the property as well.
Have you identified which those buildings are, or is it every building? Or
No,
I'm
it's not
assuming
every building. It's building C, but there's actually quite a bit of space, and yeah, it's that one right there next to the outdoor pool amenity.
It's just the one building, though.
It's just the one building, but it's the entire length of that building. You can actually put quite a few storage units in that space.
And those storage units are then rented as part of the apartment. They're not separately rented. They're part of the.
They are rented to our residents.
Not necessarily
Yes.
the residents in building C?
No, residents within the.
Any
the
building
apartment
within the
community,
project? Okay.
Yes, can rent that space.
Yeah, Red Rock's done something similar where they've got the little storage units. Theirs are in each building. So you can rent like a little 5x10 or a 10x10 space.
Yep.
So I really love the project. It's just a vast improvement over what was there before.
Mobile homes.
And, yeah, I mean.
With
just,
7 cars per mobile home.
Yeah, exactly.
Reducing them.
Yeah, so I really like it. I think it's going to be a great addition to the area. It's going to be one of the things I like about it is these people will be able to walk over to some of the stores and things, and I really like that part of it. I'm glad that, Walmart parking lot, that could solve some of the issues. So
Can park overnight.
But anyway, I like the project. I like the idea of getting the light on that intersection. We need it sooner rather than later. So, and I would say, if you could find some additional parking spaces, do it, so.
Yeah, we can work with staff on that.
Yeah.
So the concerns that I had heard in listening to the planning commission was their main concern was the stoplight. That was the main thing. And then they addressed the density, but the density is within the 13 to 16, so it doesn't exceed that. Had a good conversation with Public Works, with the applicant, and with, like you, I see this as a vast improvement. I think it's safe. I think it's needed. And I really like that we addressed the property on the other side of Mill Creek. Those are great homeowners and citizens have been here a long time, and I appreciate you working to accommodate them as well.
Thank you.
I think we should. Sorry, were you pointing at her?
I was looking at her. She looked like
I don't want to jump in front of you. I think we should appreciate the process that the applicant went through. Just as a side note, went to the planning commission, had the public comment, addressed a lot of those public comments. We didn't receive those tonight because of that, addressing those. And I just think the process was really good and maybe something we could hope that others would follow. Sometimes people don't address those comments. They just want to come and hear the same things again. So I appreciate that.
I was just going to say, I'm ready to make a motion.
Can I make one comment,
guys are.
Mayor?
Please.
So the council's recent landscape and water conservation ordinance, you'll recall there were some versions that were looking at pools. There are no pool regulations, so this pool would not be subject to any regulatory ordinance.
And then, so happy to entertain a motion. It sounds like you're willing to work with the exact location of that trail, whether it's on the east side or the west side. So it doesn't sound like that needs to be part of the motion, or is that good enough being on the record, or do you think we got to have that in the motion?
Make it a condition.
If you don't mind adding that the applicant will work with staff on the trail easement, if you could add that as a condition. And then the only other thing that I think would be worked out is just, I think the traffic light will work itself out through the process, but it sounds like the parking issue, and I don't know how to determine that. Does somebody have any ideas on how to add that as a condition?
I have an idea, is that either it's a parallel parking or perpendicular parking added to that area on the south that Drew identified from area J to the roundabout area. So if we can't fit it to go perpendicular, we go parallel. We just add some 7 foot along that edge. And it doesn't get as many parking, but it adds a few more. Does that seem?
Yeah, I pulled up Street View, and there is a retaining wall about 40 foot from the roundabout in.
Yeah.
And then the elevation does change a little bit, but I think any amount of parking helps.
We'll work to accommodate as much more parking as we can. I mean, I know that probably doesn't, but
The problem that you have is we all say that nice and friendly. Unless it's a condition, then, well, we tried. We're not going to do it. And I'm not saying you wouldn't, but we've had other developers that do it. So I'm not. I want to trust you, but I also like the written word as well that holds it to at least looking at it and addressing it. And if there's not a reason, then you have to put it in. Like in my point, unless you physically can't do it because of the site constraints, then you're putting in parking there.
yeah, I don't have a concern with that.
So maybe another additional condition would be to add as much parking as possible along, what I guess we'd call the southwest side per staff's discretion, something like that, however you want to say it.
Really, I'm actually okay with the parking how it is because as we discussed, the gravel or what did you call it? The part that's in front of the building E and
It's just a driveway, called it a driveway. It's in their plan.
oh, the driveway. I feel like that provides enough parking, and so I would just my motion was just going to be approve it how it is now.
What about the light right off the bat? I think we need it in.
I feel like what he was saying is
I know, but why are we waiting? If this development's working, why are we waiting?
We would wait just so that we don't cause liability for the city, putting it in before time. Just so Mike
well,
can
it's not like
retire
it's
with
gonna
happiness.
all of a
instead.
sudden have all of them. They're gonna open it. I mean, how fast does it fill up usually? The apartments when you have is it all going to be filled as soon as you open the doors on it?
They hope.
Yeah, we do hope, but we will, and I think one of the conditions that staff has in there is that our amenities are built after the first 2/3, I believe it is, Drew, of the first 60, the first 60 units. So we'll phase the opening as soon as buildings come online and the amenities are done, which is right around 60 units. We'll open the doors. And then it'll fill, I mean, we hope it will fill up quickly.
So then at what point will the light go in then? As they open the different phases?
I would imagine with the use and occupancy, but Mike, I'll let you.
With the first 60.
Per the traffic study, it says we need it at it.
So when it meets warrants. So, and we actually have a letter, we'll get to you that letter so you understand what the warrants are. There are 9 warrants. You have to meet 3 warrants before you're justified to put a signal in. So I would probably say when the first unit probably opens, it probably will meet warrants.
Yeah.
But it's really going to be based on the traffic counts.
I'm shocked it doesn't meet warrants now.
Yeah.
Have we ran it?
We run it pretty much constantly. It's because people avoid it.
Mm-hmm.
People avoid using that intersection.
That's true.
Walmart.
It's you either you make a ride in or a ride out at that intersection.
That's true.
And people really avoid it during peak periods. So
The best
the big
approach on
key,
500.
the big key on meeting warrants is left-hand turning movements.
That's when you just from 500 to Telegraph, you just close your eyes and punch it and hope nobody's there.
That's how the mayor drives.
Yep. You pray before you get there that it's
My
open, and then you just
04
go.
Honda.
But I would believe, but first, second unit, it would meet warrants fairly easily.
So I do like the idea of having it as a condition right from the beginning. Help me understand the liability, the city's liability if we put a light in early, if the traffic study warrants it when it's built out. I don't understand that part of ordinance.
I understand it, and I'll let Mike explain it, but I'm willing to take me as a council member, just me, and willing to say, let's put in the light in now and let's not, and understanding that it's coming. I'm tired of waiting when we know it's right about there. I think we have more liability in doing that than not. Me personally, not being a lawyer.
It does help you to be able to make this a decision based on traffic counts and traffic studies rather than a political decision. I will tell you that. Otherwise, you'll have people in here every week saying, if it doesn't meet the warrants, but you can just grant it, let's do it. And I think it's more to protect the city that way.
That makes sense.
Than anything. Not that we'd be sued, but just protects us from it becoming a political decision.
Very basically, if we have an accident at that intersection and a good attorney will come and ask for our warrant study of that signal. If it doesn't meet warrants, it puts us in a liability situation. And I will leave it up to our legal counsel to go further than that.
That's still super interesting to me.
Okay, so we're ready for motion. Some of the conditions that have been thrown out would be the trail easement, the light, and the parking. I'm happy to entertain a motion on this item.
I'll make a motion that we approve item.
Hold on one second. Come on forward and state your name for the record.
My name's Tom Henroyd from Rockworth Company.
Say it one more time.
Tom Henroyd from Rockworth Company.
Thank you, Tom.
Not, as the applicant, we're not okay with a squishy parking commitment. I think happy to look with Rick at where we can put them, but adding a squishy commitment of we'll add, I don't know, a handful here and there, it doesn't work.
Okay, then let's table it and get it figured out.
We can.
Do you want us to table it?
We exceed your requirement.
Yeah, we've treated you fairly, and in fairness, over the years, we've had a number of projects that have met the requirement, and that we've asked to exceed the requirement. Additionally, we've seen those that have met or exceeded the requirement, and we've seen the results of them parking on the street and all over the place. So we're not taking it lightly. We really respect you as the applicant. We really respect the property owner in the process, but we've done this enough that we recognize that there's, and we can table it if we need to and try to address some of the parking.
I think it would feel much better if it wasn't squishy.
Well, what do you consider squishy? I thought we made it very clear that would be one way or another, and you could fit the majority that you want in that area.
Any landscape percentage issues?
You have sufficient landscape. You have sufficient landscape to cover. It's not going to be, it'll be staff and your engineer will work out and we'll get as many as we can.
Yep.
So it's not squishy. We're going to,
Rick's
going to show me what he's got.
Area.
Yeah.
So
he'll show me what he's got and we'll say okay or whatever.
So I want to be clear. Can you zoom up on the area? I want you to be comfortable when we're making this condition, because we sometimes do this where we modify some stuff, but it's because we're trying to help move you along the process.
We appreciate that.
And I don't want to table it for 2 weeks over some parking if we can address it now. We understand you might have some hill constraint or straits or whatever. So one option that I had is do parallel parking versus perpendicular parking.
And we're just talking about this.
Just talking from building J to the roundabout on the south side of the road.
South side of the road.
Either you can put them along it or you can do parallel. And I think you could get 7 stalls in there, maybe 8. I don't know, depending on.
I don't think we'll be able to get perpendicular just based on the retaining wall and what's happening, but parallel.
And you know your site better than we do.
No, absolutely.
Might get 5.
That's the area I was addressing.
I'm gonna show council the street view of this just so they get an idea of what what it looks like currently.
Drew's hogging the screen.
How do I?
You have to airplay.
I have to airplay?
It's the only way you can jump in.
Maybe it's not worth it.
I'd be quite honest, I used all my time.
Maybe it's not going to work for us. There we go. So this is the street view at the roundabout. You'll see the brownish reddish block wall are the exterior walls to the storage units. And you'll see there is a retaining wall right there. Rick and I discussed, we're not exactly sure, but we think that retaining wall is on the other properties. So the property line, that's on that side of the property line.
Well, it makes sense that we could do some parallel right there along it if it's on the other, because we had landscaping in between. I'd be comfortable reducing the landscaping because there's already landscaping there and just make that all parallel or parking along there. If
You'll
it
see
makes
how
sense.
it goes up. The grade gets a little more favorable as you go.
And it builds up to the wall.
Can you go to the city website there?
Can I?
Here I can. It looks like every time we open it, it zooms way out. It looks like the property line is on that edge of that retaining, give or take.
So I think we're comfortable with the condition, and we'll work with staff and our engineer to address parking along there.
Just maximize the parking along 100 North, whatever you can get in.
Yeah, in that section. Yep.
Okay, so I'm going to continue my motion and start over if that's all right.
Go ahead, Councilman.
Make a motion, we approve the zone change request Z-22-06 from MH to PUDC located at approximately 51 Turner Drive with the findings and conditions provided by staff with the additional condition with adding additional parking
on the south side of the road from building J to the roundabout in a parallel
To maximize.
to maximize parking. And then
Do you want to restrict it to parallel, or if they can get it?
I'm going to say parallel or perpendicular, depending on the maximizing the amount, and work that out with staff. And then the next condition that the trail easement be worked out with staff as well on either the east side or west side, depending on staff's recommendation for their design. And then condition number 3, that the light is designed and paid for by the developer for impact fee credits from the city and be installed when warranted.
We have a motion on the
Second.
table. Motion by Coates, second by Casperson. Roll call vote. Henderson.
Aye.
Coates.
Aye.
Ivy.
Aye.
Casperson.
Aye.
Martinson.
Aye.
Congratulations. Your project is approved. Thank you. And just for the record, for those who may have came late, the wall's also in the existing conditions, so you know. Catherine, thank you. Okay, we'll move along to item 5C. This is a public hearing and consideration to approve an ordinance for zone change request Z-22-07 from C1 commercial to PUD commercial, located at approximately 615 East Telegraph. The applicant is Hamilton Motors, and our Community Development Director, Drew Ellerman, will present on this item before I open the public hearing.
Thank you, Mayor. As stated, the applicant's request an approval of a zone change approximately 1.3 acres. The requested change is from C1 zoning to the proposed plan unit development commercial designation. The PUDC requires an approved site and design before the property can be used as commercial development. The application is showing a proposed used car lot dealership with a 3,230 square foot building consisting of a 3-bay detailing garage and then office sales space. The rest of the parcel will be used for the automobile display and customer parking. The building exterior finishes are well designed. We'll get to those. And with the aesthetic, and they'll have a mixture of stone veneer, wood grain siding, metal siding, and stucco. The landscaping is very well thought out with low water impact, consisting of rock mulch ground cover, scattered shrubs and plants along those planting strips. All in all, it's a very good proposal for one of the busiest traveled roads, and is also developing 2 parcels that have been long sat undeveloped due to challenging soil conditions. The general plan land use designation for the parcel is a community commercial, and surrounding zoning to the parcel is R115 to the north, C1 to the east, which is the Family Dollar. It's also C1 to the west, PUDR and RA2 to the south across the street. Staff is supportive of the project, and especially at this location. Planning Commission reviewed the request at their May 4th, 2020 meeting, with the Planning Commission unanimously recommending approval of Z-22-07 for the zone change request from C1 to PUDC. This is on to you, the City Council, and it's based on the findings and subject to the conditions that are found in your report. Be glad to answer any questions the council might have for staff on this.
Council, questions for staff? Is the applicant here, or applicant's representative here?
She's online, from what I've been told.
Great,
so
great. Okay. All right, seeing no questions, I'll open up the public hearing on this item. All right, seeing nobody come forward, I will close the public hearing. Would the applicant have anything that they'd like to add to this or speak to the council?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Perfect. I am Connie Hamilton. My husband, Lauren Hamilton, is here with me. Thank you for taking the time to review our project. I think everything is correct, but two things I just wanted to add is the building is actually 3,900 square feet. That was something that we changed previously. I think it was said that it was like 3,200 square feet, but it's actually 3,915 square feet. And then we would like to request an exception to the block wall requirement on the north side of the property. We've done a site inspection, and also Google Maps shows that there's no block wall on the Family Dollar or the car wash. And I know that that was probably a requirement put into the code after those were built. But we were hoping to, instead of having a block wall, which I think creates a visual barrier for people pulling in and out of the dealership or in and out of Family Dollar, if we could just do like a hedge screen, privacy screen. We are going to add some extra landscaping between our dealership and Family Dollar on that west side, I believe.
Yes.
Is that what it is?
Yes.
So we are going to add like some green tower boxwood plants or something that gets to be about 5 feet tall just along there to provide a screen. And we would also do that around the back and put the detention area inside of that so that it's something that's part of the car dealership on the inside of the car dealership instead of on the outside.
Can you say that last part again? I didn't catch it. The others might have.
So the detention area, there was talk in the Planning Commission meeting about having the block wall go south of the detention area. And then the detention area would be like on Frontier Drive. So you would drive past it and you would see it there. And we think it would be harder to keep up if it's on the outside. So we would put that on the inside and basically have our row of hedges go around the detention area to that little property line dot that you can see where the sidewalk is. And then, yes, right there. Go around that and then around the whole thing and just do a privacy hedge that kind of goes along that north side.
And then can you state your name one more time just so the recorder can get it? Did you say Laura?
Connie Hamilton.
Connie Hamilton. Okay, thank you, Connie.
And Tahnee.
Great. Thank you. Stay on the line. I'm going to turn to the council and staff to respond to your comments.
Okay.
Council, several of Ms. Hamilton's comments are directly in response to feedback from the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission had concerns about detention basins that are put outside of the walls that the Planning Commission, and probably rightfully so. And I think Ms. Hamilton even agreed at the Planning Commission that those are the ones that tend to maybe go unnoticed or unkempt. And so her solution is to put that inside.
Oh, that's what she meant. Okay.
Yeah,
Inside
so instead of pushing it
the
to
car lot. Okay.
Yeah. Instead of pushing it to the sidewalk and giving it the chance of being forgotten, they're going to pull it inside next to whatever they do inside the lot.
But wasn't the comment not to put a wall along Frontier?
It is. If we could, I might pull up the Google Maps for you. You'll notice there where the current detention basin is set, right to the west is literally just the kind of a unique driveway out of the Family Dollar into neighborhoods. And there's a radius in the road there as well. And so the Planning Commission discussed for a while that might be an area where the wall requirement may not accomplish anything when the neighboring properties also don't exhibit one. And so, yeah, you'll see right there the Family Dollar's got that triangle and then the driveway out. And this project is the lots 4 and 3 there in the middle. Then there's going to be an empty lot to them, and then it just creates a visual issue that they think can be improved with plantings and hedgery.
Oh, I was gonna say, when I was looking at this at Planning Commission, I kind of agree with that, I think if I was a neighbor in the neighborhood, I would rather look at the nice landscaping than a big block wall that seems a little bit out of place because the other lots don't have one. So I would be agreeable to, waiving that requirement of having a block wall.
Did they also ask to have the block wall wave between them and Family Dollar? Is that?
It's not required.
Okay. So that would just be plantings.
A landscaped section there as well.
Ms. Hamilton, this is Councilman Ivy. One question regarding your garage area in your building that you're building. Will there be any automotive spray painting in that, or is that just
Detailing.
just detailing, not spray painting, is my question.
Yeah, no body work on site there. No auto painting or anything. That would be all off site.
Thank you.
Mr. Hamilton, it's Mayor Staley here. I had the advantage of being with your group during staff developer. Would you mind just telling the council a little bit about, kind of your business and the type of vehicles that you sell? I was quite reassured when I kind of understood your business model.
Yeah. So, we focus on lightly used inventory, mostly Toyota and Honda stuff, 2 or 3 years old. And yeah, sorry, I just about the business. Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, there's car lots of multiple varieties, but I looked at your website and was able to be there at staff developer, and your dealership seems to be more upscale with nicer, newer used cars, which gave me some reassurance. It also gave me reassurance to see, kind of your inventory and the way you operate out of, is it Lehigh, I believe?
Yeah. So you're exactly right. Like we focus on just 2, 3 max, like 4-year-old cars that about aesthetically pleasing stuff. About an average of a $20,000 to $30,000 price range.
So just to clarify, sounds like the council's okay with the block wall, but there still would be one around the dumpster, correct?
Yeah, we'll put a wall around the dumpster and a gate. We'll do that.
Any further comments for discussion on this?
Mayor, can I get the screen and show you their facility in Lehigh?
That'd be great. Yes, please.
I know that it was helpful to the Planning Commission to see that. And then there's a couple promises Ms. Hamilton made about daylilies in a truck.
Daylilies.
Do you remember those, Ms. Hamilton?
I think I said I will try to get a truck. So if anyone knows one for sale, let us know.
So this is the Hamilton Motors in Lehigh, and the thing that struck me is you look what's surrounding it. You've got some residential, which is similar to us. There's a discount auto, which looks kind of like maybe, anyway, you can just weigh its look. Then you look down the road here and you've got just various other uses. You've got a public storage. Anyway, I think it was really nice to see what they do. There's more Audis and Jeeps. There's not as many Toyotas and Hondas here as Ms. Hamilton said, but I think that's situational. But as far as you see, they've built this around kind of a section of Lehigh where there's clearly pre-existing uses, quite similar to ours. And especially imagining a wall there, I actually prefer being able to see their cars over some landscape.
And Connie, if this were approved, when do you anticipate being breaking ground and being operational?
The plan is to break ground. We're hoping for end of July, and then obviously everything is dependent on materials. But our contractor thinks that we can have it done in 3 to 4 months. if all goes according to plan. So we're hoping to be operational by the end of this year.
Wonderful. Any further discussion? If not, I'll call for a motion to approve item 4C.
I will make a motion to approve an ordinance for zone, no. I will make a motion to approve an, wait, where is it? Okay. I will make a motion to approve the zone change request Z-22-07 from C-1 to PUDC located at approximately 615 East Telegraph.
I'll second that. Oh, sorry, Mayor.
Perfect. We have a motion by Councilmember Casperson and a second by Councilmember Henderson. We'll do a roll call vote. Coates?
Aye.
Ivy?
Aye.
Casperson?
Aye.
Martinson?
Aye.
Henderson?
Aye.
And I think we've got on the notes there, Shawnee, that we are okay with that detention basin on the interior and without the block wall, and staff's aware of that. So congratulations. We look forward to your business here.
Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you.
Great. We'll move along. Item 5D. This is a public hearing and consideration to approve an ordinance for zone change request Z-22-08 from Ag 20 to residential Ag 1/2 acre located at approximately 3930 South and 200 West. Drew Ellerman, Community Development Director, will present on this item.
Thank you, Mayor. Stated the applicant's requesting a zone change of approximately 4.427 acres. The change as stated is from the Ag 20 to the residential agricultural 1/2 acre zoning designation. The RA half request is for the purpose of developing the parcel into residential use, possibly a single residence or a smaller subdivision of 1/2 acre lots. This particular location has a general plan land use of low density residential, which allows for R110 or R112 or larger, as this lot will be. The surrounding zoning of the parcel is 820 to the north with R112 to the east, residential agricultural 1 acre to the west, utilizing bonus density, and then St. George City zoning to the south. Appears as though it is large estate lots in that St. George zoning. Staff has no concerns with the proposed zone change as outlined. The application appears to be in harmony with surrounding land uses. Planning Commission reviewed the request at their May 4th, 2020 meeting. Planning Commission unanimously recommended approval of Z-20-08 from, again, the Ag 20 to the RA half zoning designation. That's on to you, the City Council, based on the findings in your report. I'll be glad to answer any questions that you have on this. I will just reference this piece was owned by the LDS Church. They planned at one time years ago of putting in one of your 3 wards, small regular buildings. They've changed their design on their buildings so it doesn't fit the pad anymore. And so they put this piece up for sale, and Mr. Simister purchased it, and will either put 1 home or 2 homes or maybe 3 or 4, depending on how things just go in the future, but it'll have at least 1/2 acre minimum lots.
Great. So questions, comments for Drew before I open the public hearing? I see the applicants here. Steve, would you okay to speak after the public hearing? Great. Okay, this time I'll open the public hearing. Is there anyone who would like to come forward and speak to this item? Seeing no one, I'll close the public hearing and invite the applicant to come forward and answer any questions the council may have for the applicant or for staff. If you'll just remember to state your name, we know you.
Hi, Stephen Simister. I'm the applicant. Happy to answer any questions you guys might have on this parcel.
I don't think anybody has questions. Okay. I think we're all ready for a motion.
Yes, we are. Oh.
Go ahead, Councilman.
Sorry, I did kind of jump the gun there. I was excited to see those RA 1/2 lots. I love that. I'd like to make a motion to approve an ordinance for zone change request Z-22-08 from Ag 20 to RA 1/2, located approximately 3930 South, 200 West.
Have a motion by Ivy,
Second by Coates.
second by Coates. We'll do roll call vote. Ivy,
Aye.
Casperson,
Aye.
Martinson,
Aye.
Henderson,
Aye.
Coates.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. And I hope you feel like you got your money's worth tonight, Steve. Thank you. We look forward to a great project there. Appreciate you. Okay, we'll move on to item 5E, which is a public hearing and consideration to approve an ordinance for zone change request Z-22-09 from open space to C3 commercial. Washington City is the applicant, and our economic development director, Rusty Hughes, will present on this item.
Well, I'll just take it real quick. She can be here to answer any questions.
We'll let her be the applicant. Drew, you'll present, and we'll bring you up after the public hearing, Rusty. Thank you.
Application is requesting a change again of 0.78 acres, again from open space, which is a remnant piece left over from the UDOT ownership given to the city years ago. And it was just remained in open space, wishing to go to C3. C3 request is in preparation for a possible land trade with adjoining property owner. C3 zoning designation is needed for possible signage use for the current project going on with the auto mall. Also, due to configuration of the parcel, it would be only able to be used with not too many uses to it because of the thinness of it, so it can be added to something else. General plan designation for this parcel is regional commercial. The surrounding zone of the parcel is open space to the north, which again, the I-15 corridor has C3 to the west, C2 to the south and east, and staff is supportive of this request at the location. Planning Commission reviewed it at their May 4th meeting. They unanimously recommended approval of Z-2209 from open space to C3 onto you, the City Council, based on the findings in your report. Glad to answer any questions you might have for me. It's pretty just straightforward, getting a zoning designation that can be used in a land swap.
Questions, clarifications for Drew? Okay, this is a public hearing. I'll open the public hearing at this time. Would anyone like to speak to this item? Seeing no one, I'll close the public hearing. Council, is there a need for Rusty to come forward, or are we ready for a motion?
Well, we should at least hear from her. She's been here all night.
That's a good point.
You can just say hi.
All right. We love to hear from you, Rusty. Come forward. What do we need to know?
I was so excited. Thank you. Rusty Hughes, Economic Development Director. I was just going to fill in some notes if there were any questions. This was originally, Planning Commission had approved a conditional use permit for a sign on the piece to the west of the RV park. That was for the relocation of the Sienna Hills sign. There were some concerns from Planning Commission. One was that the lighting for that sign would be too close to the residential. And then after that, but they didn't end up approving it. Then the businesses leasing the sign preferred a different location. So this land swap was to remedy that. So that's what the purpose of it. Any questions about that? Okay.
And it also helps with the road, from my understanding, right?
I think so. Yeah, absolutely it does.
Yeah, the frontage road heading into our city yard to the west, we'll pick up all that land there.
All right, Councilmember Casperson, you want to take a stab at this one?
I'll do this one better. Make sure it's on the right one. Okay, I'll make a motion to approve an ordinance for zone change request Z-22-09 from open space to commercial 3.
Have a motion by Casperson.
I'll second that, Mayor.
Second by Ivy. We'll go roll call vote. Casperson.
Aye.
Martinson.
Aye.
Henderson.
Aye.
Coates.
Aye.
Ivy.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. And Rusty, I think I speak for all of us here on the council. We really appreciate all of your efforts in and around the Auto Mall area and X13 and all you do. And thank you for, soldiering through on a late night. Okay. We'll move along to item 5F. This is a public hearing and consideration to approve an ordinance requesting to change a previously approved design standards for Z-21-27 located approximately at 14 North 300 East. Eldon Gibbs, city planner, is going to present on this one, and I see the applicant is here. Go ahead, Eldon.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. The applicant is requesting approval to modify the previously approved design use for the currently zoned PUDC zone. The applicant recently purchased the property to the east, increasing the acreage from approximately 0.76 to 0.94 acres. Site changes have been made and include increased parking stalls from 7 to 9 stalls, on-site traffic flow to the north, and open landscaped areas. No other changes are being made at this time. The Planning Commission reviewed this request on May 4th, 2022, and unanimously recommended approval of the modified Z-21-27 for the specific site design use to the RD zoned PUDC zone. If the council wishes to approve this item, you can use these findings and conditions as seen in your report. And I'm happy to answer any questions you may have at this time.
Questions for our city planner?
My question is there a plan for future expansion on that northeast corner?
I am unaware of that.
So if this is approved for only this here?
Correct, yeah. If they wish to expand, they would be required to come back for future approval.
Okay. I'm just concerned that it looks like there's a plan to expand, but do we have enough parking to expand? Because we're increasing the current density, but if we plan to expand, I guess I'll let the applicant address that. But currently right now, it looks like it's just going to be landscaped and left open, so.
Great. Good question, Councilman. Further questions for staff? Thank you, Eldon. Okay, I'll open the public hearing on this item. Would anyone like to come forward and speak to this particular item? Okay, so seeing nobody coming forward, I'll close the public hearing and I'll invite the applicant or the applicant's representative to come forward, and remember to state your name and if you'll address Councilmember Coates' question there and anything else you'd like us to hear.
Sure. My name is David Johnson. I'm the representative for the applicant. I'm also the engineer and surveyor for the project. Currently, we don't have any plans for expansion. And obviously, if we did, we would have to figure out how many additional parking spots we would need. Or if there's no room, then there is no room. But
yeah, I want everyone to understand. We've been through 3 meetings on this, and I'm excited to see that we pushed the drive approach to the south or east. So I'm super happy. It looked like if this is just going to be an area that's landscaped, it might be a good amenity to everything. All of a sudden we want to put another building in there. It's not permitted.
We understand.
So what is the plan for this surface? Are we going to just zero-scape it, or what do we?
Zero-scape. We've put together kind of a landscaping plan where it shows just a couple trees, a couple bushes, make it some sort of, you can drink your coffee in the.
So I remember when this came forward originally, that was part of our questions is whether you could acquire that property next to it. And so I think this even makes the project better.
Yes,
so
it appreciate does. It helps. It helps with traffic flow. We have basically an exit that wraps around the back now. We have additional parking at an angle. We have a lot more room for our detention basin for the stormwater. All things being considered, we had a lot of constraints, power lines, right in, right out accesses. We are going to also put that median in on 300 East. That's one of the conditions. We don't show it on this. It's too big of an extent, but yeah, we're going to do that. We don't want to have accidents on that intersection. And I think we've done our best to design our site so that it's as safe and as enjoyable as we could have it.
Are you thinking about putting a couple of benches or little tables in that landscape area?
Yeah.
Just a little sitting area, and maybe a little awning or something, who knows?
Yeah, something like a what do they call them, a trestle?
Pergola or something, yeah.
Pergola. Yeah.
Well, one thing, I love that we're starting to get this infill along Telegraph with Hamilton and with Donutville and now with Flavors. It's fantastic. So, and I love the design. I think it's going to give some character to the downtown. So, and we appreciate you taking the time to acquire the adjacent property and give it the room it needs. I think we all feel more comfortable with that. Council, further thoughts, comments?
So on the original plan on Telegraph, you had a sidewalk, a little, not necessarily a trail, but a sidewalk coming off of the existing sidewalk going across the property. You've moved it to 300. Would it be possible just to, because I liked it on Telegraph, keep it on both, just to have that little walkway from Telegraph so people walking don't have to go where the cars are and all the way back up to 300?
Yeah, so the site generally slopes from north to south. And as you can see there, we were trying to get an ADA route, and it was pretty tricky to get an ADA route through that area. Now we've got it going parallel with the contour.
Yeah.
So there's not really a grade change across the project. I mean, it would probably be more like maybe some stairs or something.
Whether ADA or not, I don't think it has to be ADA because you've already got that access off of 300.
The only other problem is that we're trying to make room for that pond. We put some sort of trail through that pond. It would reduce the volume for the pond. That would be my only concern with putting something.
Could you do it farther to the east?
Maybe
right,
like a bridge
right
or
next to
something?
the.
Well, I'm saying just directly south of the handicap spot. Can you scroll down, Drew? So just
right
where
there,
you've had
where
it
that line
hatched out
is.
already for a walking path for your ADA, just go directly to the south.
Directly
And then
south right there.
and if it's 1 or 2 steps to get down and just connect, that way they don't have to walk clear up and around.
Sure.
They can just cross.
That
right
would be
there.
a good spot for it. If we want to put some
Yeah,
sort
because
of.
you've already got the hash marks there and.
Sure.
Yep. Something
Similar to what we had, just.
And it doesn't have to be ADA because again, you've already got that off of 300.
Yeah.
Great. Anything else? And you stated your name, Mr. Johnson, that's right. Thank you. Okay, I'll look to the council now for a motion on item 5F.
Mayor, I move that we approve an ordinance requesting to change previously approved design standards for Z-21-27 located approximately at 14 North 300 East.
With all the previous conditions.
With all the previous conditions.
Right. Is there a need to add the walkway, or are you just going to do that? Let's do it. Okay. We have a motion by Councilmember Henderson.
Second.
Second by Councilmember Coates. We'll do a roll call vote on this. Back to Martinson.
Aye.
Henderson.
Aye.
Coates.
Aye.
Ivy.
Aye.
Casperson.
Aye.
Flavors, new design is better and it's approved. We look for, when are you going to break ground? Any idea? Great. Well, we're going to be ready to welcome you. Let us know when you're going to break ground and cut that ribbon. We want to be supportive. We're excited for you. We're excited for Hamilton. We're excited for Donutville. All right. Thank you for starting a business in the #1 small city in America. Just start a small business. Backed by Wallet Hub. Anyway, we'll move along. Item 6, preliminary plat. 6A is a consideration to approve a preliminary plat for a Dennett East Industrial Phase 2, located at approximately 1680 East Washington Dam Road. The applicant is Dennett Construction, and from the city staff, our city planner, Eldon Gibb, will present on this item.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. As previously stated, this particular subdivision is proposing 9 lots on an area covering 10.77 acres. The zoning designation at this location is I2, the industrial 2 use. The surrounding zoning is I1 to the north, planned unit development residential to the east and I-2 to the south and west. This subdivision is in the hillside overlay zone. The applicant did submit the required hillside application and met with the Hillside Review Committee. The Hillside Review Committee determined this subdivision did not require their attention due to previous grading that had been done to the site and which was documented through a Washington City grading permit prior to the implementation of the Hillside Overlay Zone. The Hillside Review Committee agreed their recommendation was not needed, and this subdivision should be handled by the city through the city process. The proposed subdivision conforms to the approved zoning. The request meets the subdivision requirements and other city ordinances as it relates to this location. Staff has reviewed the request and recommends approval with conditions of the preliminary plat as outlined. The Planning Commission reviewed this request on May 4th, 2022, and recommended approval of the preliminary plat for the Dennett East Industrial Phase 2 subdivision to the City Council with a 4-1 vote based on the following findings and subject to the following conditions as found in your report. And I'm happy to answer any questions you may have at this time.
Questions for our city planner?
Was there any discussion about the illegal disturbance of the BLM property to the east? Because they scarred the heck out of that side. I just think it's wrong.
Yes, we have made contact with that individual.
It's the same individual that's submitting the application. It's not?
This property owner to the
east.
Get my direction above them.
South.
Over. Let me get my cursor here.
South.
This property owner, BLM, gave them some agreement to come tear all that out. We told them it was wrong and they need to get it addressed. So
it's not the same applicant.
No, and we did discuss that very topic on site with Hillside.
So our applicant is Dennett Construction, who's the property to the south, owned by.
it's just called Morty's Place LLC. We have met with both the owners at the Public Works Yard. Told them what they've done and what they need to do going forward at this point. So
this is not a public hearing. So happy to entertain further discussion, further question, comment on this. I do see the applicants here, or the applicant's representative is here, I'm assuming. Would the applicant's representative like to come forward? I'm assuming that's you. Is that not you? No? Okay. They're not here. Okay, the applicant is not here.
Excuse me.
I'll call for further discussion amongst the council and or a motion.
You know, Mayor, I guess I want to clarify before we start, before I attempt a motion. It was talked about at length on site, and it runs in my mind that it was definitely a different property owner, and it was some situation that was concerning to me as well. But where it didn't involve this property owner, we felt like as the Hillside Committee that we would not hold this property owner up. So with that, Mayor, I'll make a motion if you're...
Council, ready for a motion on the design, Hillside disturbance aside? Go ahead, Councilman.
Make a motion to approve a preliminary plat, Dennett East Industrial Phase 2, located at approximately 1680 East Washington Dam Road.
I have a motion by Councilmember Ivy.
Second.
Second by Councilmember Martinson. We'll do a roll call vote. Henderson?
Aye.
Coates?
Nay.
Ivy?
Aye.
Casperson?
Aye.
Martinson.
Aye.
The preliminary plat is approved 4-1. We'll move along to item 6B, which is a continuation of consideration to approve a preliminary plat for Desert Ridge Estates Phase 1, located at approximately Desert Cactus Drive and 1100 East. I see the applicant is here, so correct me if I'm wrong in stating that you've asked to table this item to July 13th, 2022 in order to complete the hillside review process. At this time, I'll ask for a motion to table item 6B until July 13th.
I'll make that motion, Mayor, to table item 6B till July
13th.
13th.
I have a motion by Coates.
I'll second that.
Second by Henderson. Roll call vote. Coates.
Aye.
Ivy.
Aye.
Casperson.
Aye.
Martinson.
Aye.
Henderson.
Aye.
The motion, or the that item is tabled. We'll move along to item number 7. And thank you for sitting through our meeting tonight. We'll move along to item number 7, which is a report of officers from assigned committee. And if it's okay, I'll just start at this end and work this way.
Yeah, just a really quick recap. Thanks everybody for being there for the Washington City Youth Council. It was a very well attended, well appreciated event, and Carmen wanted to pass along her gratitude to the city, as she always does, for the support that we give her in supporting youth council at their events, at their graduations, at everything that they do. So,
well, if you'll relay back to her that we appreciate all the work they do for our city. They represent us so well. They're really an asset. All right.
So since our last meeting, I've gone to 2 meetings that are my assignments. I went to the mosquito abatement meeting that we have every quarter. And, you know, it's really fascinating. You don't, you know, we don't think a lot about mosquitoes, but I mean, it's a lot of work. It's a job that, you know, is not appreciated very much, but they are very busy behind the scenes keeping the mosquito population down. So it's been a great assignment. I also went to the shade tree meeting today, and I really love that meeting. The Parks Department, those guys are fantastic. So they're great, highly professional, and I learn so much when I go to those meetings. A couple things I learned today is, you know, the conservation measures that they've done just recently, pulling the grass out and doing some other things. They figure that's going to save 750,000 gallons a year, just what they've done in the last few months, which I thought was very impressive. And then today I also learned a little bit more about the cartograph computer, you know, software that they have. And boy, that stuff's amazing. They can keep track of just about everything, every single tree in the city that they're in charge of. They keep track of it. They know when they've fertilized it. They know how much it costs to maintain it. They keep track of their equipment, just about everything. And every time I leave one of those meetings, I think to myself, we've got a really sharp city staff. And just kudos to the whole city, you know, the city staff, always professional, do a very good job. So.
I was just listening to Councilman Henderson. I have nothing to report. I haven't had any meetings, so sorry.
Councilman Henderson just has that, but he just kind of
I was just thinking
draws
about
you in and just kind of lulls you into this.
Well, I was like, how do I monitor my trees and get that much data on my trees? I'm sitting here thinking how to do it and got into my own head.
We're just nodding the staff, which is great. Most of my time these days is spent on water, so I can tell you that the equivalent residential connection, the use that the standard has been 0.89. That is technically still the standard, but verbally we're hearing from the state that Washington County, the district, is lower, to have a formal lowering of that to 0.78, which allows us to free up a little bit more source. The goals going forward are quite aggressive. They want us to get down to what we call 0.59 acre-feet of water per residential connection. So we have work to do. Certainly the flip blitz was helpful. So while we are, the district is continually looking for additional source, working on the Toker Reservoir and some other, with the Ash Creek runoff and a few other additional sources. At the same time, they're asking each of us to reduce our use, and I think our landscape ordinance goes a long ways with affecting those going in, understanding that there's a bit of a new standard to comply to, but going forward, I think that if we want to continue to allow people to move here and live here, we're going to have to continually be aware of our water use. So we're having some pretty serious meetings with the Water Conservancy District and amongst the municipalities on how things look going forward, and staff's been very involved along with myself in that, and so we're putting our heads together and trying to do our best for Washington. I think the thing that I'm most hopeful of, that I'm hopeful to have support from the council and from our other electeds, is just this concept of a regional reuse system. When we had the opportunity to tour that wastewater treatment facility, we recognize there's just a considerable amount of water that flows through there. So that's something that I think could bridge the gap to if and when we get a second source outside of the Virgin River Basin for water. So keep that in mind, and I'm happy to talk more details on water. I'm happy to talk with more details on the conversation we're having about will serve permits and the regional water supply agreement. So please feel free to reach out to me that way. And then with the municipal built metropolitan planning organization with roads, the topics of conversation have been along the lines of active transportation and updating mass transit plans, and then also kind of an update on some of the things that we've already heard about the airport. So I think those are the most important things that I'd relay back to you, council, to keep you up to date.
So had a Zoom with Land Use Task Force where they detailed some of the past legislation from this just past session, talked about how that land use topics mainly, but also with water and how that applies to the general plan and different things like that, just trying to implement and get those changes out, and as well looking at possible legislation from what they're hearing for next year and how that will drive some of the land use in Utah. There's been discussions still about even those fundamental ideas of boundaries with counties and cities and how to address some of those in very peculiar situations. And it's a good conversation, but as always, if there's something that I feel's dire need, I will forward an email to you or let you know.
Okay, thank you everyone for all of your work. We'll move on to item 8, City Manager Report.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to update you on a couple of projects that I think are interesting, probably more for my own information, but you might like them. The George Washington Boulevard extension around the Red Cliffs Temple, those of us who live in that area have been waiting for that for a long time. It's paved, it's ready to go. Now we're waiting on striping. So it'll still be a couple of weeks before it's striped and finished. And so we'll have to continue to drive through neighborhoods and past our schools for a few more weeks. But
sorry, Jeremy, I already wrote it on my razor. So
don't admit that in a public meeting that you went through a closed road, But I know Mike is pushing them pretty hard to get that open. It's a big corridor for our community, but it'll be very nice when it's finished. It looks wonderful. I hope everybody's looked at the Buena Vista widening. That's another one that when you go look at it, that's going to be fantastic compared to what it was. The road base is down on the north half of the road. The water and sewer lines are in. Curb and gutter on the north half will be placed next week, and asphalt will follow soon. So they're going pretty quickly on that, and that looks great. The final project to update you on, the Park Cemetery Maintenance Building, the pre-bid for that is next Wednesday, June 1st, and then they will open the bids on June 16th. So hope for reasonable bids. That was said with a little bit of jest, but they'll be back at City Council meeting on June 22nd, all going well to award the bid. So that's all I have, Mayor. Thank you.
Wonderful. Well, thank you, council, staff, residents in attendance. Really appreciate everybody. It's been quite the meeting. we'll call for a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Motion by Coates,
Second.
second by Martinson. All in favor?
Aye.
We stand adjourned.